Unapologetic. Bada bing, bada boom. And fuck, we're live on. Oh, I forgot to set up Facebook. We'll do that later. Then let me get TikTok going. Well, they finally added the feature that we needed. So the way it used to work on Facebook is you couldn't stream a live stream from your individual account. You had to set up like a page for whatever you were like your company or your whatever you were doing, and then you could stream from that page. Like, what? Why? This is such a nonsensical thing. They finally got it set up so you can stream from your actual page. The only problem is just like, well, there's a couple programs that do this for you, but every time you start a Facebook stream, you have to go in and update the stream key because, of course, they don't provide dedicated stream keys yet. It's super annoying. What is what is. Hey, friends, welcome. I'm just going to set up our stream to Facebook here in a minute. But joining me today is someone who is just as handsome and talented as Dr. Blitz, is the replacement today. You know what? You don't have to put your hair down if you don't want to. So, Quantanaut is well known around the TikTok verse. We asked him to fill in today for Dr. Blitz. For those who don't know Quanta yet, Quanta, can you kind of give some of your qualifications, background, and your channel information so people can find your stuff? Fantastic. And how much do you have left in your doctoral work? Okay. Less than a year is like, so you're. Oh, damn. What's your thesis going to be on? Well, give us the cliff notes. Oh, shit. That's super interesting. Oh, hold on. They're saying that they can't hear you. 1 second. Let me double check that the audio. This happened to me the other day. It was just the soundboard. All I did was restart the soundboard and it was fine. Also, like there's another trick. Sometimes, like when I don't reboot my computer before streams, it'll do this weird thing. But give me a second. All right, say something now. Did not grab you. What about now?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
We got you.
Hello.
We're good to go.
Awesome.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Carla, for the information. I wasn't aware that we couldn't hear Quanta. We should have them on all platforms now. For those, so I have to give my deepest apologies because that means nobody heard the introduction for Quanta. But Quanta, my friend, you did so well the second time. The first time, the second time should be even better. Can you tell people about your background, qualifications, and what you work with?
Take two. Yes. So I'm a PhD candidate studying nuclear particle physics. Specifically, I work on R&D for the new electron-ion collider at Brookhaven National Lab. And I also work on data analysis from the relativistic heavy ion collider. I'm mostly here on TikTok, but I'm starting to branch out to Twitch and YouTube, both under the same name, Quantanaut, spelled the same way here. So please go check me out there. And I was just talking about what my thesis is on. Um, Specifically, my thesis is involved with hadronic calorimetry (R&D) at the Electron Ion Collider. So this is the part of the detector that detects um, forward particles that are neutral, like neutrons that come out of the collision, for example. And then the other aspect of my thesis is investigating the origin of spin in the proton.
Mm, okay. And before we get too farther, I want to load you up on TikTok.
Yes.
I'm going to request up on TikTok too.
I've got the Discord chat right on my second screen here, so if there's any more technical difficulties, I'll see it right away, hopefully.
Hopefully, it should be all right. I have a question for you. So
Yes.
I'm going back, and I'm my background was originally in electrical engineering, and I wanted to relearn all that stuff that I forgot when I was like a kid, and I had to learn it. And I was trying to. So when we talk about like electron creation and annihilation, not really annihilation. That's not really the word, but I'm having to kind of relearn some physics, and I was like trying so hard to figure out if I could make an analogy for how particles are, I guess, produced by quantum states. And I think I found one that might work at least for electrons.
Okay.
Let me know if this is good. I ran it by Dr. Blitz, and he said it was close enough that it's probably a usable analogy. You can never be perfect because it's just an analogy, but
Yeah, yeah.
um, so here's where I'm going to compare it to water. Like imagine something disturbs. You have a flat lake, and something disturbs the water in the flat lake, right? What might happen? You might get some waves, might get some disturbances. If it's large enough, then it might actually create like a water drop could pop out of it and then pop back in. So I thought could we compare that water drop to like a particle and then it comes out? It's still part of the quantum quantum state, but it's quantized now. Like a drop is a quantization is a quantity of water, but then it can go right back into the water if it needs to, or if something something compels it, and it's still part of the like the water is like the quantum state, so it's still part of the quantum state, but it's no longer quantized. Like it's because it's not a drop anymore.
That's certainly not a bad description. I mean, it's very similar to an analogy that we often use called the bed spring model,
Okay.
where basically you say that like every point in space is like a bed spring, where you have points that are attached by springs, and if you wiggle one part of the bed spring, all the other parts start rippling out like a wave, right?
Mm.
This is like a good model for how sound propagates through solids. But it's also like a decent description of like what a quantum field is. The only difference is that those vibrations come in discrete amounts rather than a sort of a continuous wave, um, like an actual bed spring. But yeah, it's not a bad
Okay.
analogy.
I might have to tweak it in the future, but I think that's what I'm going to go with because every once in a while we talk about the infinite past of the universe, and I'd
Hmm.
like to start using some scientific talking points, but I need analogies to make it understandable. The other thing that I'm wrestling with is whether or not in a quantum state or in a quantum field, is the energy always conserved, just like mass is conserved, or is this like it depends type of thing?
It depends.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean that really goes at the heart of something very deep of like how conservation laws come about in physics as a whole. Because normally, like when we teach physics at the start, conservation laws are like one of the first things that we teach, and so they seem like fundamental. But there was a really brilliant physicist and mathematician named Emmy Noether who showed that you can actually derive these conservation laws from something even deeper, which is symmetries of the system. So whatever system of physics you're describing will have some symmetries associated with it. For example, if you shift everything over to the left by 1 foot, the system should act the same. That is an example of a symmetry. And for that one specifically, you could use that to prove that linear momentum is conserved.
Okay.
So there's also one for conservation of energy, conservation of electrical charge, conservation of angular momentum, all those sorts of things.
Okay. Okay. And
But the main takeaway of that is that if a symmetry is broken in that system, that conservation law also gets broken.
okay. Okay. So that's information. I have to look more into that. Welcome in, Ian.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for having me.
It's you. It's your show.
Ecstatic to be here. Yeah, I'm honored that you invited me on.
Is it possible you can turn your mic up just a pinch, or
I wonder if I could.
do you want me to turn it up on my end?
One sec. Let me.
I just realized I had to go back from my camera a little bit, otherwise
Okay,
I'd be
wait, how
taking
about
up a full
this?
screen.
Wait, is this better?
I don't know if it is. It's slightly better.
I guess I could do this. This is a
Oh,
thing
hell
that I have
yeah.
access to.
Now you're loud and clear.
Okay, good.
All right. Hey, friends, welcome in. If you're watching on TikTok and you want to debate the existence of your God, hit the guest request button. We'll pull you right up. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch or Facebook, you can use the link on the screen, tiny.cc/UA guest. You don't have to sign up for anything. You don't have to put your email in. All you got to do is type in your name, select a camera and a microphone, and you'll be in the waiting queue to have a conversation with us. Whatever your conversation is, we probably have it covered. Ian does philosophy, Quantanaut does physics, and I mostly do Bible and history. So whatever the argument is, we can probably address it. And it looks like we got a guest already. Let's bring in Brian, and we'll get our first conversation going. Welcome in, Brian. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
Christian God.
Okay. What do you think is the best, or at least your favorite argument for God, or piece of evidence, or something that would point towards that God existing?
Oh, I don't think you need evidence for things that are self-evident.
I don't think it's
That's the
self-evident.
That's your opinion, I guess.
Well, that's your opinion that it is self-evident. How would you support your opinion?
It's not an opinion of mine. That's the difference.
It is your opinion.
You've made
Yeah.
God an opinion.
That you
He's
just
self-evident to me.
you made a claim. I'm asking you if you have support for the claim.
I don't have a claim about self-evident natural laws. No.
Do you know what a claim is?
We just think
other
it's
ways to
self-evident
live,
that God doesn't exist. You know, it's just self-evident his non-existence. So what now?
Can you prove that? That's an opinion.
No, it's self-evident. You know, in the same way you can't prove it's self-evident that he does exist, you know, we can claim it's self-evident that he doesn't exist. And then, you know, the conversation grinds to a halt because we both adopted stupid, obviously false positions.
Okay. Do you think God is moral?
I think God is non-existent.
That's your position? Well, then I could
Yes.
debate with someone who doesn't hold that position. That's a non-position.
Okay.
Like, I can't debate about
you're incapable
Israel
of
with someone who
engaging with
doesn't
the
think Israel
position
exists.
that God doesn't exist. You're incapable
I
of
can't
giving a
debate
reason
with
to
you
think that
You can
because
God
only
does
debate with
exist.
people who
reject
agree with him?
the premise.
I don't get that.
That's weird.
I
What?
can debate with two of the other people here, but not him on the bottom.
I hold the same
He has a
position.
non-position.
No, he has a position. It's just not your position. Let me ask you a question.
Well, he
when
denies
you say
that I'm even
moral,
a part of the debate.
well, you're not. Your argument begs the question of whether or not God exists. So it's like asking, hey, is the 16-foot tarantula a heavy eater? Well, there's no fucking 16-foot tarantula. It's a dumb question. So that's what he's saying. That's what Ian's saying. So we'll try this
So
again.
really, what
just,
you want is for you three to debate each other, because do you hold the same
No.
amount of denial about
All
God's
th-
existence? Is
all
it
three
exactly
of us-
aligned with one another?
All three of us lack a belief in God.
Is it the same lack of belief?
That's all there is. You either do or don't believe in God.
I didn't know there were different types.
I didn't know everyone worshiped the same God.
They
We
don't.
Good question. Good comment.
So
So
when
do
you say moral,
you all don't believe in the same God. That's what you're saying?
we don't believe
This
in
is
any
like
God.
bafflingly simple.
You don't
I'm
believe in any
surprised
God,
by
then?
your confusion.
I'm
I can see
losing
why he's
brain
a believer
cells
now.
as we go here.
This is like a very simple idea to understand, in the same way that you
It
don't
takes
believe
three
that
of you to
there's a
comprehend
teapot
this. It's a
floating throughout
we got
outer
the
space.
trinity
We don't
of
believe that there's a
scientisms up
God.
here.
Oh, I'm part of the
We've got
Trinity now.
the
Fucking A, you
Trinitarian.
are.
We have a monad of
atheistic.
tears up here. We have the teary monad up here crying.
We have the Spirit on the top. We have the Father in the middle, and we have the Son on the bottom. That's what I'm
How
saying.
the fuck did Quanta become a
I'm the
father?
daddy now.
He's like the youngest here.
It's the jawline. He's got a
Too late. Too late.
He's got a patriarchal jawline.
I don't even know what that means.
I like this guest now.
Well, he likes it. So
I've
he
completely
must
turned the page.
agree.
I'm with them now.
Yeah, but
All
fucking
right.
Ian's
now
got
it's me and him
a
versus
chin
you two.
cleft. Oh, look at that fucking
Denied.
jawline.
That's what it's the Spirit. Well, you have a kind of flowing.
Actually, you know what? I converted. I do believe in God because Ian is a Greek god, maybe Roman.
Okay,
So let's
so we all
let's
agree
actually
God is real.
let's
He's
Quit
amongst
mocking
us.
please.
let's actually get on to the moral
Amogus.
argument. When you say moral, what do you mean?
Moral? I think that's. I mean, I'm of the opinion that anything that people say, atheists say, is evil within the Bible is just the devil. I mean, that's Catholicism. The revelation at the end of the book says, hey, anything evil, that's just the devil. That's the Antichrist. It's not God.
No, I asked you
should
for
be
what you
self-evident to a
think
Christian
morals
what is evil.
are.
Morals are natural law.
Okay, so you think
anything
morals come from
that
nature?
doesn't go against natural law.
Wait, you're a natural law theorist?
That's surprising.
It's like super.
I'm a natural law Catholic.
Yeah, it's like a super implausible like moral system. I don't know. What do you think like the natural
Necessarily.
purpose
I
of
mean,
the
there's a
mouth
basis
is?
for it.
What's the natural purpose
Like
of
I've
the
heard
mouth?
atheists say that there's animals.
We're not
that
going to get
have,
an
like,
answer.
He's definitely
birth
not going to
control.
answer.
Okay. What do you think the natural purpose
Well, that's
of
just
the
what
mouth
I am.
is? Okay.
Well, that means that you have the same moral system as we do, with maybe some flexibility. You don't have the same moral system as Ian, but it's very similar to my position, which is that what we would call morals are developed from nature, specifically our nature as human beings of having rationality and sometimes compassion.
Sure, but going against like natural reproductive laws as according to nature, laws is just the term for it. Like natural law is just the term, but I mean, birth control has been a net negative, and it goes against natural law. There's not other animals that have forms of birth control. They just reproduce.
Well, I think you're a
Sometimes
little
the
bit
children
confused on
get
your own moral
eaten or
system.
whatever. There's
Yeah.
other
Your
things,
critique
but-
of birth control is that it's a net negative, but you as a natural law theorist would not be resorting to things like consequentialist analysis. So it kind of seems like you don't even understand your own system.
Are you saying that
Natural
there's
law
no
doesn't
consequences
function
to
in
birth
terms
control?
of net positives and net negatives. That's consequentialism. But natural law just is the view that you're supposed to use your body parts for the natural intended function of them. So there is no net positive or net negative, only the in line with using it for the function or out of line with using it for the function.
Right. I mean, that's not the functionality of our reproductive organs. They're to reproduce.
So
So-
what do you think the natural function of the mouth is, for example?
There's like a billion of them. I don't know. I mean, to communicate,
Oh.
to eat.
Well, then why couldn't the natural function of, I don't know, like the genitals be for pleasure? Why couldn't that be one of their functions?
It is a function. It's a function of reproduction is to feel pleasure.
Then there's
but
no
it doesn't-
problem. There's no problem with
There is a problem, though.
the things that you have problems with sexually.
No. The
Because
issue is
it's
that
all in line
it
with
is
the
a
function of
man-made-
pleasure.
See, this is the pleasure. This is the pleasure principle that all atheists seem to run on.
It's an internal
net
critique,
negative
but I
for
think you got a bit
society?
lost just now.
Huh?
I think you got a bit lost just now. That was an internal critique.
It's not an internal critique. It's you won't let me explain because you don't understand and you're going on your own definition and arguing for that. You're arguing for your own position. That's not even what I said.
Nope, I'm arguing against natural law. And you did agree that that was the correct description of natural law, the one that I gave earlier.
Well, you asked where is the morals in here? It's that birth control and the consequences of it have reaped horrible consequences on nature. There.
So
Like
you would
it's
agree
not in
then?
accordance with nature because it destroys nature. It
So you would agree
Climate
then-
change. It's all that damn birth control that's causing it.
Right? You would agree then that it's
It is.
always
I
wrong to
mean,
kill a
animals
child or a
don't do
baby?
that.
Wait, it is?
Animals
That was a
don't.
joke.
Animals
Do you
don't
actually
do
think
anything
that-
with their reproductive organs besides reproduce.
That's not
Well,
true
that's
at
just
all.
all.
To do anything else.
That's actually not true. In fact, like 90%
true.
of
See,
sexual
this is-
encounters
this is
of
where you
giraffes
have to
are
provide
male
a
on
source.
male.
Other
can do
than
that.
dolphins,
Ev-
you got to give a source.
Lions.
Don't
Every
do that.
single primate other than humans has been seen to engage in like homosexual sexual behavior. Every single one of them.
Like,
It's
Same with, like,
they
bonobos
still
is
don't
method,
know
right? Like-
anything besides reproduction. There are pregnant animals all the time. That is what the structure of nature is, for organs to reproduce, not to do it infinitely and then have no children.
Animals are having
It goes
gay sex
against
literally
natural law to
constantly.
do so.
That's just
Our brains
not
are not
true.
wired that way. It is true.
That's literally just
How
not
do- how
true.
do
Like,
millions
this is
of
just
years of human
empirically false.
evolution-
You know, the
How do
fact that
millions
every
of years
single
of human
bonobo,
evolution-
without exception, is bisexual is like really surprising under the
How do
view that
millions
God
of years
created
of
animals.
human evolution lead to our brains able to handle not reproducing when we use our reproductive organs? What happened in the last 50 years that prepared humans for this? Nothing. It goes against natural law, and we are seeing the consequences of it.
It's pleasurable, it's
people
enjoyable,
only-
we're rational agents. He doesn't actually want an answer to the
That's
question.
not
No.
a that.
We're
how does
rational
that
agents,
help
so we're
the
capable of
environment?
reflecting on the sorts of things that we want, and then we're able to rationally pursue them.
Okay, so that's your opinion, but the
You
Bible
don't think that
says
we're rational
otherwise.
agents that can reflect on the things that we want and then rationally pursue them? You don't think that that's true? That's like
I
obvious.
think we are. Yeah, that's what free will is.
So when you said that's your opinion,
You
you
have the
actually just agree
choice
with
to
me.
do that. No, I mean that's what free will is. You
guy
can
is, like,
choose
turbo
evil.
not
Yeah, there's
tracking.
nothing against. There's nothing in the Bible that says you don't have the free will to choose evil. You just shouldn't. And the Bible,
speaking about the
very,
things in the
very
Bible-
much says things like birth control go against natural law. Goes against the natural order of the universe. It is a human
Do you think
invention.
slavery goes in line or out of line with the natural order of the universe?
The Bible doesn't moralize slavery as a good thing.
I'm asking
it-
you whether or not slavery goes against the natural order of the universe.
Slavery is not moralized in the Bible as a good thing. It's a
It's a
reality.
yes
of
or
the
no
world.
question.
You
Does
can't
it go
face
against
reality.
the natural order
It's
of
not
the
a yes or no
universe?
question. You
It
are
is.
denying the reality.
Either
of
it
the world we
is
live in.
against the natural
And
order
you're-
or it
and you're
isn't against
actually
the natural order.
proselytizing
Just
about
to,
a world that
The
you
answer
want
could
that
either
does
be,
not
whoa, calm down there,
exist.
mouth
You
breather. Let's
can't
just
answer
dial
it,
it down,
can you?
dipshit. Just take a deep
Allegedly,
breath. It's
Ian.
really going to be
You
okay.
can't
There's no
do
need
it.
to be getting
You
upset.
can't do it.
Take
You
a
are
deep breath.
denying
Inhale.
reality.
Exhale. It's going to be
So,
okay. This guy's
just
crashing
to
the
be-
fuck out already.
You can't face the reality.
Just to be clear, I don't want to stop this conversation, but there's lots of sources on this, and the Dawn Butler was the researcher that studied giraffe sexual behavior, and her claim is that 90% of giraffes have same-sex activity, like 90% of them. So, and lions do. Lions also engage in same-sex activities just for pleasure. It happens all the time in the animal world.
Do they
It's
do it
not
with women
uncommon.
of the same species? There's the
Yeah,
real
sometimes.
question. Can you answer
Yeah.
that for me?
Yeah, ducks do it all the
Sometimes.
time.
When?
Yeah, ducks rape each other all the time.
But that's for reproductive purposes.
No, it's for raping, it's for pleasure.
Are you moralizing animals having sex? That's a very
Animals
scientist.
No,
also
you
don't
are.
necessarily know
No, you
that
are.
they're
You called
going
it
to get
rape.
pregnant.
You
Do
called
you know
what
what
any animal
Well,
does
wait, that
rape.
is, but it is rape.
So when the
the
giraffes
thing that
have
makes
sex with
something
the other
bad is when
males,
you're
whoa,
like
whoa,
a
whoa, 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 whoa,
rational
whoa, whoa, whoa,
agent.
whoa,
That's
whoa,
when we
whoa.
hold people responsible.
When the
This guy sounds like
giraffes
a
have
wobbling
gay
piece of
sex,
metal.
is
Whoa, whoa,
that
whoa, whoa, whoa,
rape?
whoa, 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 whoa.
I was
When
thinking
the
like Mario
giraffes
when he
have
falls
gay
over the
sex,
edge.
is that also rape? Is that gay
Not
rape?
necessarily.
Or is that gay love? Which one's that?
No.
Again, you guys moralize whatever your odd position is. So when the giraffes have gay sex, it's love. But when the male duck has sex with the female duck, it's rape. All right,
We
I
didn't
got
say
what I
that.
needed from you guys.
We
Yeah,
didn't
it's
say
a
that at
question about
all.
whether or not it's like forced.
Oh, he
Okay,
just
and then he
ran.
ran the fuck away.
What a fucking
Yeah.
coward.
Yeah,
to,
wouldn't
to
answer
be
a single question about slavery.
yeah, to be
Then he
sure,
ran.
giraffes and lions engage in the behavior because they like it. They don't run from it. They allow it. They could leave. They don't. Whereas ducks will actively run away from the perpetrator. That's why it's called rape. Very simple definitions. All right, we'll get a user in here. I think Gort was trying to get in the conversation, and then Gort left. But friends, we got an interesting start. Let me grab some super chats, and we'll get user 2222597578471 in here. Vintage Atheist says, "Stay hydrated. Drink your photon juice." That's what I'm talking about. We got to get a merch shop and get photon juice and a few other items out there, but it's all in good time. Pink Flamingo, thank you for the 99-cent super thanks. And Gretchen, also aka Async Network, says, "Good to see you, Quantum. Come see us after Unapologetic. It'll be fun." Okay, so we know Async will be live after our live end, so we'll send some people over there. Zach Penetroff says, yes, animals don't use birth control. The majority of animals just eat their young at the slightest survival inconvenience. Yes, it happens very often. In fact, when I was a child, we had a pet rat, and the rat would eat its young. So it is what
You
it
hear
is.
what sharks do?
Oh no.
The young of the sharks eat each other.
Oh shit. But that makes sense. They're predators. And they're hungry. It's also true that since we're on giraffes again, giraffes actually kill their young sometimes too. They'll trample them on purpose. So it happens all over the place. The Knights Who Say Knee, good to see you, says Brian gets no butt and told on himself. Rock hard for Doug. Yeah. Brian, let's say he's got some pent up frustrations is probably the case. And Roy, good to see you. Thank you for the 99-cent super demon. And House 70, great to see you this morning. Thank you for the super chat. It says animal birth control. There are some bird species where the male pecks the cloaca of his partner before mating to cause evacuation and therefore elimination of possible prior male semen. That's crazy work. I have to Google this now. I apologize. I know it's true because you said it, but I have to figure out where the paper is on this one. Let's see. These are bird
I
species.
think in high school, I saw that in like a bird documentary in bio.
Also, like there's been birth control means like all throughout history. Like it's not a modern age thing. In fact, ancient Egyptians and Mesopotamians wrote about that shit. Like we have their documents. There's like they had plants for birth control and plants for aphrodisiacs. That's why mandrakes are, when we hear the story of Jacob in the Bible, mandrakes come up because it's considered an aphrodisiac. They're trying to get someone to have sex with them. All right, let's get
Didn't
user.
he say it was only in like the last 50 years?
I think that's what he was implying, that birth control is a modern invention, but it's not. Also,
Hello.
the bird is European starlings. Anyways, user, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yes, quite a bit.
And do you believe in God?
I'm a born again skeptic.
Skeptic of God?
Yeah,
But do you believe in a God?
I believe that the concept exists and people like you profess to have an answer.
So you would say you're agnostic.
No, I'm a born again skeptic. There's a difference.
I don't know what that means. It's just going to be a yes or no.
Someone
Do
who's
you
born again.
do you
If you're born
possess
again,
do you possess a belief in God? Yes or no?
I believe that I'm skeptical about it.
Okay, so that's
I
no.
need-
We're
I
just
need-
going to move on. These people are wild. I'll never understand why they come up here just to like not have a position. All right, let's
Yeah,
get
I love inventing new labels to describe positions that already exist.
right.
It helps me feel special.
Our next guest might not be opposition. I'm not sure because their name is Animal Sex, so we'll find out. Welcome in, Animal Sex. Are you at least 18? Animal Sex? Oh, sorry, you're muted. I apologize. Try it now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, that was on me. I didn't mean to do that. All right, well, welcome
Oh,
in,
okay.
Animal Sex. Are you at least 18?
I am.
Cool. And do you believe in God?
I do.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
Christian God.
Sure. Okay. Any particular
But you guys were
variant?
just talking about evolution, and I was just wondering if you could explain to me when the anus evolved into a sex organ.
You mean a pleasure organ?
No, a sex organ.
But
I think
pleasure.
what we're more interested in is the topic about.
I mean,
whether or not God
I wouldn't go
exists.
put my penis into a bucket of sewage, so I don't know why you put your
That's
penis
great,
into
bud.
an
Do you have
anus.
like a whoa? That's great, bud. Do you have a reason to think that God exists?
Yeah, because there's evil
Sure.
in the world, so therefore there has to be good.
Why would God create a world that has so much evil in it?
Well, you have free will, right?
But what about all the evil that has nothing to do with free will?
Well,
Things
God,
like, for example,
before
cancer,
man was on the earth,
earthquakes,
was there
etc.
evil? Was there evil before man came to the earth?
Are you asking in my worldview or in yours?
Yeah, I'm asking in your worldview.
In my worldview, probably not. I think that you need to have
So it
reflective
wasn't until
agents in
man
order to
came
have
to
good and
Earth.
evil.
So it wasn't
yeah,
until man
so-
came to Earth that evil existed?
So, Animal Sex, I want to make sure you understood what Ian just said. Ian's saying that the evil is relative. So it depends on whether or
You mean
not you have it.
subjective?
No, wait, sorry, I should clarify. No, I'm saying that things like good and evil require, like they're ultimately grounded in the existence of reflective rational agents who can come to reflective rational conclusions about what they ought and ought not do. Absent that, there are no moral obligations. That's why, for example, when somebody
so
is
did that
severely
exist before
disabled,
man?
we don't hold them morally responsible for things because
Yeah, so
they
did that
haven't
exist
arrived
before
at the
man?
level of rational reflective agents. There are probably
that
some
exist before
animals
man?
that have, whoa, calm down there. No need to be getting
Well, I'm
this
just
upset.
wondering. You keep dodging my question.
Whoa, just dial it down, dipshit. You know, calm down,
Oh,
mouth
okay.
breather. No need to get upset.
I'm sorry with the ad hominem attacks already,
Yeah.
huh, Ian?
Yeah,
fine,
I'm
ad
going to.
hominem.
I'm probably going to be ad homming a bit more. You know, you make it both fun and easy. You know, it's quite
Yeah,
convenient.
well, it's easy to,
Wait, so do you want the
it's
answer to the
easy
question, or do you want
to
to keep
outsmart
soying
a Jew.
out?
So
Whoa, let's do. Oh, damn.
you are Jewish, right, Ian?
No, I'm not.
Oh, you look
I'm-
very Jewish.
Are
Sorry.
you
No, I
stupid?
was born and raised Christian. You know, I'm Irish and German.
Oh, well,
You
you
know,
could
they
have
can
fooled me.
always tell, except
What-
all the times when they can't tell. You know, what an
Wow.
embarrassing blunder on your part.
Oh, I thought I saw you on a video admit you
Do
were
you
Jewish
just
once. I'm sorry.
do you just think
Nope.
anyone with curly hair is Jewish?
Oh, and a pointy nose, yes.
That's
You think
not
my
even a
nose is pointy?
stereotype.
Wait, is this like
What,
the
a pointy nose
in
isn't a
question?
stereotype of a Jew?
A pointy nose is a Roman stereotype, but not for Jewish. In fact, I won't even say the slur for a Jewish nose, but it's certainly not pointy.
It certainly is pointy.
Certainly not.
That's why they're known as the pointy nose tribe.
They're not.
They are, though.
Nope.
Yeah.
They're quite literally known as having.
Would you agree that that's subjective? Or is
No,
that an
they're-
objective truth?
Do you want to change the argument or what?
No, I'm wondering if your opinion on the pointy nose is subjective or objective.
Well, the claim it doesn't have a subjective or objective quality to it.
Well,
I'm
if
just
I
saying,
say they have pointy noses and you say they don't, is that subjective or is that objective?
You need
This
to start
guy's
like
so
a bingo
stupid.
card.
This guy is like genuinely like probably
you don't know?
subhuman. You
So you
know,
don't
it's
know?
crazy that like every single anti-Semite, you know, there's like a one-to-one
Oh, so now I'm
correlation between
anti-Semitic?
anti-Semites and you know, having like 30
Well, aren't you
IQ points.
anti-Semite by
So-
denying God's
so
existence?
I just want to make
No,
sure
why would
you
that
see
follow?
so the
image
Jewish God
on this.
exists?
Just pay
Nope.
attention.
Ian, does the Jewish
do you
God
see
exist?
Nope, of
do you see
course
the
not.
image on the
So
screen?
then you're anti-Semitic.
Why
do
would
you
that follow?
see the
Well,
image
because
on
you're
the
denying,
screen?
you're telling me that a Jew is wrong.
Yeah,
that's
yeah, they're
anti-Semitic.
wrong about their metaphysics,
I'm
correct?
just gonna mute
Yeah.
him for a second. Animal sex. I want you to pay attention for 5 seconds before Ian continues destroying your life. This is from a wiki page, literally called, I hate to say the words, but Jew jokes, meaning the stereotypes that people joke about with Jewish people. And they aren't known for having pointed noses. They're quite literally known for having long, curved noses, which is why in history, horrible people used to call them hook noses. That's the stereotype, not pointed nose. So not only are you anti-Semitic, you're just like stupid on top of it. Go ahead, Eden.
Wait, what's that? Yeah. So back to my question: Did evil exist before man?
The question was already answered.
Yeah.
No, I don't think he answered it.
He
Yeah, I think I
did.
did. Maybe I've slammed you so hard that you have a concussion, which is why you forgot the answer. Do you want it again?
Yeah, maybe that's true. But yeah, go ahead. Give it
Yeah,
to me
sure.
again.
I'll
It's
give
a,
it to
it's
you
a
a
yes or
second
no
time because you
question.
didn't
It's a
track
yes
it
or
the
no
first
question,
time.
right?
Potentially.
No,
I think
can you
that
just
the
give me a
answer,
yes or no?
it might be. It depends on whether or not there are rational reflective agents before humans exist. I think as soon as you have rational reflective agents, then you have moral obligations.
So no, it didn't then.
No, I said potentially. It could have. It depends on whether or not there are
So,
rational
so
reflective
before
agents
man,
before
when an animal
humans.
raped another animal, as you guys put it, right? Was
I
that
don't think
evil?
that I don't think
Was
that
that
one
evil?
animal, like one non-rational animal raping another non-rational animal is a moral issue. I don't think that these are moral agents, so I don't think
So,
that they're
so are
like
we just
morally
animals?
responsible.
So are we just animals?
We're rational reflective agents, which is why we have
Well, we're animals.
obligations.
We're
Yeah.
animals,
Yeah,
right?
we're
So
animals.
is it immoral for
I
us to
would
rape then,
also,
since we're
Yeah, it
I would
is
animals?
because we're rational
also,
reflective agents. This
I would
is like
also
dirt
add
simple,
that
frankly.
this
Is that
this
subjective
guy's
or
like crashing the
objective? Would
fuck
you
hold
say
out.
on,
Like
everyone
hold
is
on,
serious
that
like
hold
way?
freaking
on,
the fuck
hold
out.
on.
Hold on, would you guys calm
I-
down one at a time? One at a
You're
time.
the-
Come on, boys.
You're the one talking over everybody, so I just want to
No,
clarify
no, no. All three of
that.
you are interrupting
Well,
me.
do you
Well,
need me
I'm just
to?
gonna
I can like
interrupt you.
jingle my keys for you if that's what your like 30
Yeah.
IQ dumbass needs. You know, maybe me jingling my keys for you will be enough to like
Generous.
stimulate you. You know, I can get the dancing vegetables up here if it's too hard for you to track. But the concept's very simple. Moral agents are rational reflective agents. If you have a rational reflective agent, then you have morals and moral obligations. If you don't have a rational reflective agent, like for example a duck, I wouldn't say that ducks have moral obligations because they aren't rational or reflective. They can't reflect on the question, what should I do? They just have these urges and then they act on those urges. They're incapable of operating at the level that would be required for morality.
And I
It's very
would,
possible that like Homo erectus had those obligations, even though they technically
Yeah.
weren't yet
right.
Homo sapiens.
But I just want to point out the pivot that he tried to conceal. When Ian brought up evil, he specifically said evil is just not related to human free will. He talked about cancer. You can also do natural disasters. You intentionally did not address that. You went right to the type of evil that comes from free will. So it would be nice if you can actually
What
address
is free will?
if
What's
you could
free will?
actually if you could address the argument that Ewan is having rather than pivoting from it.
What's free will? I don't
This
understand
guy's
what free will
developing
is.
like
What is
innovative
that?
new ways to avoid the debate. Holy
What's
shit,
free
dude.
will?
Pretty
Do
wild.
you even
free
want to
will? I don't
attempt to
understand
engage
what
with
that
the
is.
question?
I
I don't
believe
know
you
what
don't.
words
Free will.
mean. I don't know what words mean.
Well, what's free will to you guys?
Oh,
you made the
jeez.
claim, not
Holy
me.
shit, dude. This guy's like
What's free
scrambling
will?
away.
didn't
Anything
make the
but the
claim.
substance, am I
Ian,
right?
can you answer the
Gosh,
question
yeah.
or no?
Where can you go other than the substance of why God would allow such horrific things as cancer? Am I right?
Well, you said that
I
evil
actually
existed
do
Why
in the
have
does
a
world,
God
and I
allow
asked if it existed.
cancer?
You
Why?
asked why
Why is
God
that?
created evil.
Why would he allow? I didn't ask that. You're stupid.
Oh, you said
Why does
why
God
would he
allow for the
allow
existence
evil?
of cancer? Yeah.
Yeah, you said why would he allow evil, right?
Why would he allow something like cancer, for example?
Well, oh, so you're going to change the goalpost now? You sound
No,
like
that's
me.
the sort of thing that I brought up earlier when I was talking about the non-moral evils.
Did
That
cancer
thing is
exist
evil in
before man?
virtue of the fact that yes, we literally have dinosaurs with cancer, and it becomes evil when there's a god that is the
Dinosaurs
cure
with
for
cancer.
it. Yes, there's a dinosaur bone with cancer. Literally Google it.
Oh, a
Dinosaur bone with
cancer,
cancer.
huh? Wow.
There's like a dinosaur bone that has bone
Google.
Can you
cancer
prove
on
that?
it.
Can you
Yes,
prove that?
we literally
Yeah.
have the bone, the dinosaur
you can
bone
prove
with
it?
the bone cancer on it. It has
Can
a
you
tumor
prove
on it.
anything?
Yes. Wait, Justin, are you
You can
pulling it
prove
up?
something?
Yep.
Devolving
Yeah,
to
let's get it
solid
pulled
is
on
not-
up.
Oh.
Yeah,
So how
it
can
was,
you
uh,
prove
Yeah, I
that
wonder
you're
how
not
this
just
guy's
in a
gonna
dream
weasel his
state
way
right
out of it.
now?
I look forward to
Yeah.
watching you wriggle out of it
Well,
like you're a fucking
You
worm.
can give evidence for something,
Yeah,
but
he's
you
gonna
can't
worm
really
his
prove
way out of
anything,
it.
can
Let's
you?
see it.
I got
It's,
another
it's
question. I don't
loading.
think
Give
he
You
me
can
will
give
ever
evidence for
answer.
something, but you can't prove it, right?
I got another
Can you
question. I
prove
don't think he will
anything?
ever
Yeah, we
answer.
can prove it.
So can you prove to me right now that you're not just in a dream state and this is all made up in your
Oh,
mind?
here comes
And-
solipsism. The last resort of a failed argument, solipsism.
Yeah.
Yep.
Here we go.
Yeah, again, anything but the substance,
so
right?
you can't
This
answer that
guy's
question,
debate
huh?
strategy: scramble away,
So you
scramble
can't- so
away,
you can't-
scramble
so
away.
you
You know,
can't
anything
answer
but the
that question,
substance.
huh?
You know, when
It's
somebody
okay if you
when
can't
somebody
answer
brings
it.
up the substance, God, fucking
What?
dodge, dip, duck, dive, whatever it takes to get the fuck out
really
of
well.
there. But unfortunately for you, I'm whipping, I'm dipping, I'm slipping, I'm slopping, I'm bipping, I'm bopping on your bitch ass. You keep on getting beat the
Holy
fuck down every
shit.
time you
Dodging my
pipe the fuck
questions
up.
too, Ian. Why do you keep
I'm
dodging my
kneeing you in
questions?
the fucking nose. Like your nose is literally
Hey.
broken, blood running down your face. The
Oh,
bone is
man.
in front of you, and that's not
Oh,
the only
man.
bone in front of you. You're also choking on my
wow.
rhetorical hog. That's why you've been reduced to silence.
Oh,
Also,
Good boy.
for the
Wow.
audience, I
Wow,
need
so
I
can you
need
prove
somebody in the audience to do me a huge fucking favor.
What's free
and
will? What's
Clip
free will?
that rant that Ian just went on and send it to me. I need that rant. I will be adding that to my soundboard immediately.
Yeah. Yeah. What's free will?
So, do you want to finish the conversation about
What
the
is free
bone
will
cancer?
to an atheist?
Do you want to
What's free
finish?
will to an atheist?
Do you want to finish the
The
discussion
dinosaur
on the bone
cancer?
Osteosarcoma
dude
was
laugh
a
like the
specific
fucking
type of
penguin?
cancer.
did human beings exist with the dinosaurs?
No.
The Neanderthal didn't?
So you
No.
don't.
So
you
then
don't.
where did man come from?
So are you going to concede that dinosaur bones had cancer?
No, because I don't see any proof of it.
It's right in front of you.
I mean, the
Where?
bone with the cancer. It's
Just
on
look
the
up.
screen in front
Oh,
of you.
well, I could show you a website that says God's real. Does that make God real?
Well, this isn't a
We literally have
website
the
that says
bone.
that it's reporting on the actual person and the findings. It's not just a website.
Oh, yeah, but there's a website out there that says God's real. Does that make God real?
No.
You don't think that we have the bone? Do you think that
No, so
the
you're
website's
false
just
as
lying
well.
about the bone?
Website.
Straight
You're
to
saying it's a
false.
website.
You think
and my
the
proof
you
is
think
a
the
website,
website's
so who's
lying about the
writing here?
bone? You think they just made it up?
I mean, do people fake science all the time?
I don't think
No,
so.
not usually.
You don't think
Only,
people fake
Going through
science
the
all the
only
time?
Kent Hovind, only
Not
Christians
typically.
do.
peer review and everything.
Oh, so
Have you gone through the peer
did
review
Margaret
process?
Sanger
before?
make up her science?
I've been through the peer review process. Have you?
Just to be clear, this finding was peer reviewed and it was originally published in the Lancet.
Oh, has anything peer reviewed ever been proven wrong before?
Yep.
They retract it. They retract it when it's
so
proven
in like
wrong.
10 minutes, that could just be proven wrong, right?
Well, it's been up
The
for a
idea
couple
that they're just
years.
lying.
It's been
Do
up
it then.
for quite a while, and it's never been retracted. When you find something,
Oh, well,
that
there's
the
websites
peer
that say
review
God is real that have been up
determines-
for a few years and have never been retracted either.
is it
And
Then
peer
they haven't gone
reviewed?
through the peer review
Is it peer
process.
reviewed in the Science Journal?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Which
Name
one?
the fucking journal.
Well, offhand, I don't have the internet in front of me.
Well,
right
quickly,
now.
pivot to free will. Pivot to free will. You got
Yeah,
this,
what is
bud.
free will,
You got this,
Ian?
Pearl. Pivot to free will. Oh, yeah,
free
yeah,
will,
good pivot. Run
Ian,
away from
what
the
is free
substance.
will?
Run away from the substance.
Is
he
that like chemical
Justin just like
reactions
cooked
in
you
the
on that
brain? Is
one.
that what free
Anything
will
but
is?
you got to pivot. The only way that you could
what
possibly
free
salvage
will
this
is?
dog
Well,
shit debate
try to explain
performance
what
at this
free will
point
is.
is
I
by pivoting to
understand.
something like free. Oh, he took the pivot. Good. Oh yeah. Well, he's so
Can I
good at
ask-
accepting
Well, you
coaching.
brought it up.
Can
What
I
is
ask
free
if free
will,
will
Ian?
exists in heaven?
Ian, what is free will? Can you explain it to me?
What is free will? Well, I take free will to be something like, your reasons responsive. You're the proximate cause of your action in response to various reasons.
Can you prove you're responsible for it?
Yeah, you could. Well, I didn't say responsible. I said responsive. Responsive
Do you
to
control
reasons
your
that,
thoughts,
that
Ian?
you engage with the
Ian, do you
reasons and then
control
you
your
respond to the
thoughts?
reasons.
Ian, do you control your thoughts?
Animal sex. No, you don't necessarily control your
Ian, do you
thoughts, but you
control your
can produce
thoughts?
various thoughts. You could be the proximate
Ian, do you
cause of
control your
various
thoughts?
thoughts.
Ian, do you control your thoughts?
I answered this question already, but maybe I've slammed you so hard that you have a concussion, which is
Well,
why
it's
you
just a
forgot my
yes or no
answer
question.
already.
I don't know why
Animal
you can't just
sex,
give
you
yes or
forgot
no
my answer.
answers. So you control your thoughts?
Your voice like drags like fucking nails on the chalkboard, dude.
So-
like
so do you
you
control your
should
thoughts, Ian?
seriously stop and do like some voice maxing.
So is
Maybe
that
you
a
should
no
pull
or
up.
a yes? Do you control your
there's like
thoughts,
tons
Ian?
of resources. They get utilized by like trans people, for example, on how to
Oh,
make
so now
their
you're
voice
pivoting.
like the
let's
sort of
pivot to
voice
trans
that
people.
they want. Either like feminize
you're
or masculinize
pivoting
their
to trans
voice.
people.
You should do like some real deal hardcore like voice maxing. There's a lot of great tutorials out there to help you get like a more masculine voice to prevent your voice from sounding like it's like fucking nails on a chalkboard.
We're not entirely opposed to pivots, but you have to at least like focus on the first argument a little bit. So you asked for a definition of free will. Ian provided a definition of free will. Do you agree or disagree with the definition?
Off that.
No one heard you. You're muted.
I said, I asked another question based off that. I asked,
Well,
do you control your thoughts?
Well, what we need to know is if you agree with Ian's definition.
Say it one more time.
Okay.
Yeah, that your reason's responsive and you're the proximate cause of your actions.
Sure, we'll accept that. But do you control your thoughts? If you
By
control your thoughts, you
do you
control
mean
your
like the
actions,
production?
right?
Like, are you asking like, do you control which thoughts pop into your
Well,
head,
if
or what
I
are you
control my
asking?
actions, that means I control my thoughts, right?
I don't think that follows. It's a question of whether or
Oh,
not
so I
thoughts
don't
are
think before I
actions.
act?
It's a question of whether or not your thoughts are actions. I don't know if I'd classify thoughts as being actions. You
Oh,
can
so I
certainly
do
act
actions
to
without
produce a
thinking now. That
specific thought
doesn't
if
sound
you
like free will
want.
to me.
Wait,
If
you
I'm
think
doing
thoughts are
actions without
actions?
thinking,
Are thoughts
if I'm doing
actions?
actions without thinking, do I
So
control my
wait, do you
actions?
think that thoughts are actions? Yes or no?
Do I think thoughts are? I think actions come from thoughts.
Are thoughts actions?
They're two different things. So no.
Yes. Cool. Sure.
Yeah. So do
So
you
then
control your
it's not
thoughts?
it's not any sort of contradiction on my definition to
do
point
do
out
you
that you don't
control your
control your
thoughts, Ian?
thoughts. Nope, but
So
you're
do you
still the
control your
proximate
thoughts?
cause from your
But I
thoughts.
just sent you on the
You
screen.
are your brain. You reduce to your mind the thoughts that pop
Oh, he's
up and the
gone.
thoughts that
Yeah. So
you
so you're
materialize
claiming
into
that you control
actions.
your
You're
thoughts.
responsible for those.
You claim you control your thoughts, right?
You control some of your thoughts.
But not all of them.
Yeah, not all of them.
So you don't have free will.
No, you do have free will. Free will just
Oh,
means
so
that your reason's
how do you have
responsive.
free will if you can't control your own mind?
Because you can still respond based on the various reasons that you're able to either reply to or not reply to.
Wait, say that again?
You're able to respond to the reasons that you see. You encounter various reasons to take various actions. So for example, let's say that your goal was to go to college, but what's necessary in order to graduate from college is going to your classes. That would mean that you have a reason to go to your classes. So you can either respond to that reason or not respond to that reason. And if you refuse to respond to that reason, well, I mean, in a circumstance like that, we would say that you're being irrational. You're being non-reasons responsive.
Oh, yeah, but that kind of proves that I don't have free will then, right?
No, the opposite. It
Oh, well,
demonstrates that you can't have free
if I can't
will.
control my thoughts, right, and my body is just chemical, my
You
brain
are
just
your
creates
thoughts.
chemicals that cause me to do things, right?
You are
Well, yeah, but
your
you just admitted that
thoughts.
I don't control all my thoughts. So if I
Yes,
am my
correct.
thoughts and I don't control all my
You
thoughts, how do I
are
have free
your
will, Ian?
thoughts, so you don't
Yeah, so how do I
control
have
all
free
of
will?
them popping into existence. The fact that you can't fly isn't a challenge to your free will either.
We're not. That's something totally different, Ian. I don't
We're
even know why
not.
you bring that up.
That's not. He says.
It's totally different. Human things can't fly, silly.
Yeah, I agree. Lots of things can't fly. It's not a violation of free
human
will. The
beings, they
fact
can't
that
control their
people
thoughts either,
can't
can
fly.
they?
Yes, correct.
Human
Yeah,
beings
that's
can
no
control
challenge
you
to
can
free
control your
will.
thoughts, Ian?
You can have free will just in virtue of being reasons responsive and the proximate
Ian,
cause
did you
of your
just make the
various
claim
actions.
that you can control your thoughts?
Some of them. You can control some of them.
Oh,
For
but not
example, you
all
can
of them.
develop like a
You can't
positive
control all of
disposition
them?
towards. Yes, correct. You can't control all of them. But I
So
would
then how
say
do you
that you
have
just
free
are your
will if
mind.
you can't control your own
Insofar
brain?
as you're still reasons responsive.
How do you have
How
free
many
will
times
if
will
you
I need
can't
to
even control
explain
your
this
own
to you? He
brain?
has like short-term memory loss or
So you
something.
can't answer that,
You know,
Ian?
he
Is that
keeps
what you're
on getting
saying?
like flailed like back and forth, swung
Well,
around
no,
over my
because you
head,
don't actually
which is
answer
why
any
he keeps
questions,
asking the
Ian.
same questions that have already been answered. Do you want the
Ian,
answer a
just
fourth
You
time?
just keep dodging the question.
You want the
Can
answer
you
a
just
fourth
answer it?
time? I can say it a
Yeah.
fourth time. It's
How
all
do
on
I have free
recording.
will if I don't control my thoughts?
Because you still have free will insofar as you're responsive to various reasons and you can still act
Well, what is a
on
response
these
to a thought? Is that
reasons.
not
You're the
just a chemical
proximate cause
reaction in the
of your
brain?
actions.
Is a thought just a chemical reaction in the brain?
They are, yeah.
And then an action is just a chemical reaction in the brain, right?
No.
So I don't
A
think, and then
thought
my
can be
body
the cause of an action. You know, for example,
could
my
I,
mom
without
can be the
thinking,
cause
pick
of
something
me,
up?
but that doesn't follow that I'm my
Could I,
mom.
without
That's
thinking, Ian,
stupid.
pick something up?
This guy thinks that he's his mom because his mom
Ian,
caused
hey,
him.
Ian, without thinking, could I
You
pick
think your
something up?
mom? You think that you are your mom?
Oh, so you can't answer the question.
This guy thinks that he's his own
Why are you
mom
afraid to
because he
answer the
thinks that a
question,
cause is
Ian?
identical to its effect.
Why are you afraid to answer the question, Ian?
Why are you talking like the penguin? You talk like the penguin. It sounds
So you're
grating,
just gonna
like
make fun of
nails
the
on a
way my voice
chalkboard.
is?
You know,
So
I
you're just
bet
gonna make
every
fun of my
single date
voice?
that you've ever been on has flung herself out of the window.
so just
You know,
ad hominem
they've
attacks. That means
awkwardly
you win,
gone to the
right?
bathroom and
Once
then
the ad
they
hominem
leave in the
attacks start,
car
that
and you're
means you
not
win?
sure what happened. You know, you're left to your incel message boards wondering, where did I go wrong?
Ian, does that mean you won because you made fun of me first?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Oh,
You should check
is
the
that how-
comments.
is that
You should
how
check the
debate
audience.
works?
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
how
Every single
debate
person
works?
thinks that you're humiliating yourself. Yeah. Go check the
And
comments.
is this your free will doing this, Ian, or is this
that
the
the sound of
thoughts
you
you
short
can't
circuiting,
control?
choking on my rhetorical hog?
Are these the thoughts you
Is-
can't
is
control
that-
coming
are-
out right
is-
now, or are
uh,
these the thoughts you can control?
Holy shit, dude! You can't even control your own speech patterns. It
Ian,
seems.
are these the
He's
thoughts that
freaking
you
out. He's
control coming
floundering. His
out right
voice
now, or are
pitch
you
is
not in
raising.
control right
He doesn't
now?
know what to do. He's freaking out. He's trying to project his lack of control onto me. anything but the topic.
But
Am
I
I
have free
right?
will, so how am I not
You
controlling
do
it?
have free will.
So how am I not controlling it?
You do have free will.
So then I'm
Free
controlling
will
it then,
doesn't
right?
mean control over everything. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Well, but I'm controlling my actions, you
Do
said,
you
right?
think that free will means that
But you
you're in
said I
control
control
of
my
everything?
actions, so everything I say right
That's
now
not
is
even my
within control.
definition. It's that
Boom,
you're the
roasted.
proximate cause of your actions.
Well, right, because it comes from thoughts, right?
Yeah. Do you know what a proximate cause is, or have you just been confused this entire conversation?
Well, I think you're the one who's confused, Ian. You keep
Can you
saying
summarize back to me
that
what
I
my
control all
definition
my
is?
thoughts, and then you say I don't control all my thoughts, and then you say
Can
I
you
control
summarize
my
back to me
actions,
my
but actions come
definition?
from thoughts. So
Can
therefore,
you
if I don't
summarize back to me
control
my
all my thoughts,
definition?
not all my actions come from that,
Can you
right?
summarize back to me my definition?
Oh, I thought we were leaving at 12:30. Well, all right, boys, I got to
It's
get going.
unlocked.
Okay.
Yeah, I
I
accept your
got to get going.
surrender. You got beat the
Oh,
fuck
nobody's
down.
surrendering, Ian. You should just go back and rewatch this.
You should too. I'd encourage you to check the comment
Use your
section. I'm
use
sure they're
your
very
your
charitable towards you.
use your half controllable thoughts,
Use
Ian, to
your
go
use
rewatch
your
this.
use your free will to stop stumbling over your words and getting rhetorically blown the fuck out.
Well, I don't know if I have free will because you couldn't define it, Ian.
I did. I gave you the definition
No,
multiple times
you
that your
said I
reason's
only control
responsive in
some
the
of my
proximate
thoughts, but I
cause of your own
control all of my
actions.
actions. But since actions are based on thoughts and I don't control all of them, how do I control
Free will
my
doesn't mean
actions?
that you control everything. It means that your reason's responsive in the proximate cause of your
Oh,
actions.
so you don't believe in free will then?
No, I do. I think that free will is
Then what is
that your
free will?
reason's responsive in the proximate cause of your actions for like the 7th time.
Oh, so if I can make reason out of my actions, that means I'm in control of them?
No, just that you're
That's what you
responsive
just
to
said.
reasons in the proximate cause of your actions. That's
All right,
not
I
what I
gotta go,
said.
fellas. I'll call back in
Yeah, I
later,
accept
okay?
your surrender.
All right, love you guys. Bye. Jesus loves you.
Jesus doesn't exist. He's dead. Well, I have to say that was fun. I'm going to write down in my clip notes, back blown out by Ian.
So, somebody mentioned Bob's boss from Incredibles, and I can't unhear it.
All right, friends, we're going to grab a couple of super chats and we'll get our next guest in here. We've got a couple. As far as I can tell, the first in line is Shindu Kun and then Jared. Those were I'm trying to keep track of the order. I am the Big Cheese. Great to see you. A friend says Silphium was a plant that the ancient Greeks ate to extinction, which had the properties of contraceptive and aphrodisiac. Oh, I didn't know that. The heart-shaped seed pod is presumed by historians as original to heart symbol. Interesting. I knew that they had aphrodisiacs and they had, we'll say birth control. I didn't realize there was a plant that did both those in a single package. So fantastic. Random Channel Gaming, it says this animal guy sounds like Vizini from The Princess Bride.
Inconceivable!
That's a good one.
And Zach Penetrop, thank you for the super chat. It says America stole all the smart nashis. This clearly left all of the remaining anti-Semites with diabolically low IQs, and this caller is a prime example. That makes sense, actually.
True. That does follow. Yeah, that tracks. That's why all these anti-Semites are so stupid. The ones that were smart became like rocket scientists.
Yeah. Adam says, hello, 9/11. I need to report a murder in progress. Caller is being burned alive and won't go down. He's using free will, apparently.
I really wanted to ask him if he thinks free will exists in heaven.
It's a great question, and I was hoping we could redirect him onto some Bible stuff, because I can already tell that his belief system doesn't match the Bible. We'd probably cook him on it. The Night Susanese says, ask Animal if he's ever talked dirty with a girl without having a credit card or Cash App first. Revenge of the Nerds missed out on this guy. You know what? Listen, I love nerds, by the way. I find this to be a pejorative against all engineers and scientists. But Knights, we love you. We know what you're trying to say. Last one for now from Mr. Payco. Good to see you, friend. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, Ian has been doing hypergravity training for homophobes lately, and it's really funny to see an F-tier debater come in and try that shit.
Yeah, I've been in the fucking time chamber, training like Goku.
It's like the nuclear bomb versus coughing baby at this point.
Speaking of time, I was trying to get a consensus on whether or not physicists genuinely to A theory or B theory of time. And what I seem to get, and you can fix me if I'm wrong, what I'm gathering is that because of relativity, which implies B theory, we can just say if you believe in relativity, then you're B theory, right?
It doesn't even imply it; it requires it.
Right. Right.
So
Because
yeah, definitely like eternalism or B theory.
okay, perfect. That's what I need to know. I think I'm switching my stance. I was agnostic on time theory, but I think I'm definitely in B theory, and I might have an explanation for, we'll say, an illustration for how to explain it. But we'll get there later. Let's bring
Yeah.
in Shindo Kun. I think I may have pronounced that correctly second time around, but we got the loading dots of death, so. Well, fuck. While he's loading, look who's here. Our friend Ari is here. Good to see you, Mermaid. Says it was great to see each of you enjoying Ian cooking the last guest. W Unapologetics. Thank you, Ari.
Whoa. Thanks,
Good
Ari.
to see you. Eventually, hopefully, I'm trying to get a stream set up with Polly. I won't use his real name, so that we can do some crossover politics and religion. But we're working on that. We're working on that. I don't think Shindu's going to connect. This is a very long wait time. I'll drop Shindu if they get a better connection. Shindu, if you get a better connection, just come on back. We're more than happy to talk to you. And that means we're going to move on to our next guest in line. Oh, which dropped as well. Well, fuck. Okay. That means next in line is Rosie, and then Nietzsche's the One. Although we've talked to Nietzsche's the One before, haven't we? I think. Rosie, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Hello.
How you doing? Are you at least 18?
I'm fine. Yes, I am. Yes.
Cool. And what God do you believe in?
I believe in the Christian God.
Sure. Is it a particular variant? Like, are you Catholic or Protestant?
Catholic.
Gotcha. Fair enough. What do you think is the best reason to believe in your God, or any God, really?
I was agnostic at a point. Probably. I'm in my 30s now, so I would say personal experience would be a factor.
So I'm going to give you the response I kind of give everybody on personal experience. I don't think personal experience in itself is valid to warrant a claim in things that we've never experienced before. So when someone says, like, there's a group of us that got abducted on a UFO and, we were all up in the UFO. Well, people say that this is their experience. I don't have a good reason to believe it. And just like if you read the Greek and Roman writings from history, they have all kinds of wild personal experience stories, even from the historical writers. And you wouldn't grant any of those personal experience stories. So by the same token, we're going to lump your experience in with all the other experiences, because just because somebody has an experience doesn't really mean that the experience is real. And typically when people get like on anti-psychs, they stop having experiences. So if all you have is experience, I don't know if that does much for us.
If I may add, just the coming of the modern era, like when the interview kind of reverse engineer where we were the entire Middle Ages and up to the point of ancient history, we were largely quite ignorant. It was only after the advent of the church creating monasteries and universities that there was a certain ordering towards objective morality.
Wait, do you think that there weren't educational institutes before Christians? Because the Greeks had them, the Egyptians had them, the Babylonians had them. I'm not sure what you're saying here.
Also, the claim about objective morality is quite puzzling, because people like Plato and Aristotle held to things like objective morality, even though they lived hundreds of years before Jesus.
It was I specifically believe that the Decalogue played a huge role in in the modern laws that we see today, reflected in various governments.
No,
But
which
and you know,
ones? Because I think the current widespread moral intuitions stem directly back to things like the Enlightenment, people like Kant espousing the value of agency, and people like Locke espousing the value of like freedom and self-determination. These are the sorts of values that are widespread, held to be true by most people in society. It's like most of the things that we enjoy the most are things that come not from religion, but from like secular morality.
don't you think that they were heavily influenced by the Christian thought?
No, they were trying to overcome the Christian thought. Like Kant's explicit project is to try to establish the existence of morality without God.
I
And
mean, I'm
briefly,
sure.
just to mention, when it comes to things like scientific progress, the the Christian Church was the thing actually stifling progress. So during the Enlightenment, like when we started understanding that, you know, the sun didn't go around the earth went around the sun, the Christian Church was actually trying to suppress that.
Okay, but I believe it was Copernicus who was also the one who theorized something related to. I mean, I'm not an expert, but then I'm just giving you like the surface level of what I know. And Copernicus happened to be a Catholic priest, if I'm not mistaken.
So why was like Galileo put under house arrest then by the Catholic Church?
There's a lot of in-depth nuances, and a lot of like what we I don't know the right word. English is not my first language, but I'm trying to explain it as far as I can articulate. I believe Galileo is there were a lot of political challenges. The way Galileo presented itself would create a lot of political turmoil.
Like,
So
what did he say specifically?
yes, but and just it was I believe it was the arrogance in which he tried to state his case that
With
caused the
evidence. You realize that he presented his case with evidence, and it went against the church doctrine, so they put him under house arrest.
I don't believe that's
Very
exactly the case.
explicit.
It's very nuanced. There's a lot of nuance behind it, but
Seems very
apparently,
cut and dry to me.
no. Apparently, from what I understand, the transition from geocentrism to heliocentrism. So geocentrism being the accepted view during that period, but apparently
By
he
the
was not able.
church. They thought it was church doctrine.
Yes, but apparently,
And he presented evidence that it wasn't, and he was put under house arrest for that.
in the sense that the evidence was lacking, is what
It
I
was
can
not.
understand.
He like literally invented telescopes. I've
Okay,
actually got
but
his notes like on display at the British Library, I think. It's extremely well detailed. He was a good scientist.
yeah, and eventually the church did come to accept the view later
Yeah,
on.
but it wasn't because of the church. It was despite the church.
I mean, it was progress that was later accepted. Like the church. I
Took
don't
a
think
lot
the
of
church
time.
ever. Yeah,
The
I
church was
mean
always
these
very
are
slow
things
to keep up with
that
science.
that's I mean, I don't think
Is he just
it's
breaking up for me or anybody else?
Yeah,
something
yeah.
that
He
we.
also broke up for me.
Mm.
I don't think that would negate the existence of God, but
Well, your whole point was
I
that
think it's more to do
scientific
with the.
progress happens because of the church, or that just progress in general, but this is a very clear example where it doesn't. It actually holds back progress.
Yeah, so I just want to. I have
Okay.
a three volume series here This is called the Bibliography of Prohibited Books. Originally, it was just called the I forget the Latin term for it. But nevertheless, I've got 3 volumes here full of texts, writings, and observations from people like Copernicus and whatnot. The church literally outlawed the material. If you were found with it, you could be heavily persecuted. And they could even torture people to find out if they had the material. And I've got 3 entire volumes of it, of prohibited material. The Catholic Church was not interested in doing like scientific discovery.
I mean, from the point of view, I mean, I'm no expert on that, but I do believe the church laid the framework, the basic framework and foundation for scientific research, because there's no.
But the Greeks,
Quite the opposite.
the Greeks already did it. That's how they discovered that the Earth was round rather than flat.
I mean, I believe that they did elevate Greek philosophy. That's not even a dispute. There's no doubt that the church elevated Greek philosophy in the writings of Aquinas and
eventually. Early on when Constantine and the Theodosian leaders were in charge of the Catholic Roman Empire, they were actively destroying Greek philosophy and even defacing statues of Greek philosophers. It took a long time for the church to accept that Greek philosophy was legitimate, and it took church fathers many centuries to get it going. Even though, like Origen, writing in the early 3rd century, late 2nd century, he was fond of Greek philosophy, but there wasn't many of them. It took a length of time and councils to get to the point where they were going to accept it as like a legitimate form of argumentation.
Like with any, like even if you did take a secular institution, there's even if you had to present a new theory, you would have to get it peer reviewed. You would go through opposition. So maybe in this case it was just a little more intense because it was probably threatening a political structure. But with regard to the church being a divine authority, I'm very certain that the church is a divine authority. Just the way it helped humanity progress. I agree there were challenges, but I don't think it negates the existence of God.
Well, I just want to make sure we're actually doing a proper argument here, right? So what I'm hearing is that you like what the church did, and that's fine. You can like whatever behavior they exhibited, but that doesn't have there's no connection there with God.
All the objective good that they did, yes.
Well, you are aware that they did objective bad too.
Yes, but I don't necessarily agree that it may have been in line with Christian teaching.
So when they do bad things, when they do bad things, it just means they're not being good Christians. When they do good things, it's because of God.
That sounds unfalsifiable.
Yeah.
I mean, at the when you reduce it to that, yes, that's what I sort of believe. Well, when their actions is in line with objective morality, yes. And that objective morality, I believe, is based in the Decalogue.
Okay, so how would you account for, I mean, do you think that, I don't know, do you think owning slaves is bad? Objectively bad?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
what from the Bible would you pull from to cite that slavery is bad or that we shouldn't do it?
I mean, again, this back to the the more political form of argumentation. What I want to
just like a verse, maybe like a verse that establishes that on the Christian worldview, slavery is bad. You're saying that all ethics are ultimately grounded in the Bible, specifically the 10 Commandments, if I'm understanding you correctly. But I think obviously there's no way that you're going to be able to say that slavery is declared wrong in the Ten Commandments. But let's expand it. Let's make it interesting. Where in the Bible could we
The simple
infer
fact,
that slavery is bad? Like, which verse allows us to infer that?
the simple fact that the Bible says that every human being is made in the image and likeness of God.
It
But it said that in the Old
doesn't say that.
Testament too. Oh, okay.
1 Corinthians chapter 11 explicitly says that man was created in the image of God and woman in the image of man.
Oh, I see. Sure.
I mean, it's subject to interpretation, but at its core, that's what it means. Every
Are
single
women
human
like a
person.
photocopy of a photocopy?
It's a very Platonic theme too. Although, well, actually, yeah, maybe at that time, maybe they would have been like very platonically influenced, like influenced by Plato, like the copy of a copy of a copy idea of like, you're a copy of goodness, and then something is like a copy of that copy. That's kind of what the allegory of the cave is about, actually.
But
So-
then the entire point I'm trying to make, I feel like we're going into a little bit of a circular argument here. But the entire point I'm trying to make is I don't think there's any institution. I know there have been struggles, but I don't think there has been any institution that helped the progress of humanity as much as
Wait, can you just answer the question? What in the Bible? So, okay. You're saying that the thing in the Bible that says that slavery is bad is that people are made in the image of God, but doesn't God say that man is made in the image of God in the Old Testament too, where he also says that you could do slavery? So that can't be the
Right.
thing that declares that it's wrong.
Yep.
And I'm not a Bible scholar. I'm working on what the New Testament here, which is the New Covenant.
No, I understand that, but in the new covenant, it's affirmed that you're supposed to follow the old covenant. Jesus says this in Matthew 5, that
Yeah,
not one stroke, not one I don't know, not one letter is to fade from the law until all is accomplished, until heaven and earth pass away. But heaven and earth haven't passed away. So he's affirming that you should follow the Old Testament too.
Yeah. So I think what the New Covenant is ultimately the fulfillment of the law should be based in goodwill and love. So
the fulfillment of the law should be based in goodwill. Okay, I'm not sure how that helps you out here. Jesus says that you're supposed to follow the old covenant.
He specifically says in Matthew 5:19, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So he does want you to follow these laws.
Yes, but the ability to follow them stems from ultimately having goodwill towards God and your fellow man.
Right, but the problem that we're trying to get at here is specifically none of these commandments contradict slavery. These commandments actually were already in the Hebrew Bible. So when Jesus says that the two most important commands was love your neighbor as yourself, and the most important is to love God with all your mind, heart, and soul, both are the Mosaic laws. That's Deuteronomy 6:5 and Leviticus 19:18. So those laws must be compatible with slavery because God gave the slave laws and these other laws at the same time.
Like I said again, I'm not a scholar. I can only explain from the lens of the New Testament, in which so I believe it's everything in the Bible is context heavy.
I'm very aware of the context. That's why I'm pointing out that Jesus gives you the context of what he thinks is proper moral behavior. He says that if you don't follow these laws that God gave, then you're doing bad. You're going to be least in the kingdom of heaven if you get there.
So when you look at from the Old Testament perspective, that is the pre-incarnation of Christ.
So Christ gave the slave laws then.
There's there is no the visible Godhead in sense that he walked among us. So
right. But
Um,
please respond to what I just said. If Christ is the visible image of the invisible God, which is what the New Testament says, that means when God gave the slave laws in Leviticus and Exodus, that just means that Jesus gave them.
no, I don't. I mean, I'm like I said again, I'm not a Bible scholar, but
But you,
I would
but
like
you,
to.
buddy, Rosie, you don't have to be a Bible scholar. This is just a logical proposition. If Jesus is God and God gave the laws, that means Jesus gave the laws.
I don't know what I mean. The heart of what you're trying to get into is the confirm the existence of God. What what you're trying to discuss here is more related to the interpretation of law in terms of how it's to be carried out in society. So that's not what I'm trying to speak about. What I'm trying to
Well,
um
we're with
maybe
you.
add to.
Rosie, I promise we're with you in this discussion. That's why Ian asked whether or not slavery is moral, and if you're saying it's not because of your religion, but what we're pointing out is in the Bible it's never prohibited. In fact, it's strictly endorsed. Old Testament and New
This is
Testament.
just an internal critique. Yeah.
No, I don't believe the New Testament does. No, I can only answer from a
No,
New
it
Testament perspective.
allows for it. Ephesians 6:9 is one of them.
What does it state?
He tells people in the church of Ephesus to treat their slaves kindly.
Yes. So, I mean, again, that is a translated document. So when you treat somebody kind, like even if someone's an employer, they would need you would expect to be treated with kindness. If you are an employee within an
Well,
organization,
it doesn't say employee; it says
even
slave.
Yeah, what's the kind way to treat your slave?
though
I think that I don't
so
think
you're
that there's
coming
like a kind way to be a slave owner. I think that if you own slaves, there's like one
civilized.
thing that you're morally obligated to do, which is to, let them be free. And if you don't do that, you're doing something like seriously wrong.
Just let me just finish. In
Not
that
according to
context,
God, though.
we're looking at a civilization that was heavily dependent on just coming out of colonization, like repeated colonizations.
So what?
So,
God specifically
so
gave the
what?
laws to make them different from the
So
nations. Leviticus 18, God says,
in the
"I'm
New
giving you
Testament,
these laws because I want you to be different from the other nations." Those other nations defiled the land, and the land had to spit them out. If you will follow my laws, then you'll be holy like I'm holy.
now we're going back to the Old Testament. We cannot understand
But
the Bible without understanding the. I don't think we can understand it in its entirety because
I've read the
the,
entire Bible many times, and I can read
I
it in the original languages.
I strongly believe it's the incarnation that gives the complete picture of what the Bible is trying to explain.
That's irrelevant to what we're talking about. What we're talking about
Just
is whether or not the Bible condemns slavery or allows for slavery, and it allows for it.
just the scripture that you quoted right now about treating your servants with kindness. That itself is a huge indication that ultimately that's what God wanted for mankind to
To
treat,
have slaves that you're kind to,
to have subordinates. I mean, if somebody's working for you.
they,
So again, I
they're
don't
not
think it's.
they're not getting paid. That's why they're slaves.
I don't think. I don't think the word
You
when
can't
you say the word.
inherit employees from like your parents.
Right.
I don't think that the word. The word again, it could be lost in translation.
What word do you think is in the underlying text? I know the word. Do you?
It could be. It could mean uh an employee
Nope.
or
What's the underlying word?
somebody who work. I don't know the exact word because like I said
Well,
again, I'm not a Bible scholar.
how could you possibly know that it's being mistranslated when they write slave?
So when the new what in your opinion do you understand when the New Testament says to treat them with kindness? What does it mean?
He tells you in the prior verse. He says, um, let's see, a verse. It should be verse 7 and 8. Let me pull it up in the same
There's
book.
there's an abrogation of the old,
No, there's not.
and now there is an entire change of perspective. So that's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying
But
to emphasize
the laws didn't go anywhere. Jesus said to follow them. So the note to slaves and slave owners in Ephesians chapter 6 reads like this. In fact, let me go back up to verse 5 even. He addresses slaves first. Slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and trembling, in singleness of heart, as you obey Christ, not with a slavery performed merely for looks to please people, but as slaves of Christ, doing the will of God from the soul. Render service with enthusiasm, as for the Lord and not for humans, knowing that whatever good we do, we will receive the same again from the Lord, whether we are enslaved or free. And masters, do the same to them. Stop threatening them, for you know that both of you have the same Lord in heaven, and with him there is no partiality. So he basically just tells them, hey, stop threatening your slaves.
I just think that just simply means somebody who's subordinate
It doesn't say
terms
that.
Those
of
don't mean words.
in terms of employment.
Yeah, in
And
fact,
also you must
it
understand,
doesn't say that though. The
also
text
you must understand
specifically says
that
slave.
that the civilization at that time was they were transitioning from a brutal civilization.
But they don't need a
That
transitional period. God said to follow the laws forever. Have you not read when the laws were given how he said these are perpetual statutes that you must obey forever?
transitions happened after. I believe the transition was
So you're not
happening
going to
after
address
the
anything I just said right now.
Also, I can't
because you
tell if his position is that it is referring to slaves and it's a transition period, or it's not referring to slaves and it is forever. We're going back and forth between those two stances.
I believe again this is a more of a political debate, but I do I'm here to discuss on the existence of God, which I believe
So
like none of this.
the moral debate is part of that, and so in the text, this is why translators translate it this way. Doulos literally just means slave, properly someone who belongs to another without any ownership rights of their own. It's a slave. Hebrew and Greek both have words for workers. They're not a worker, it's a slave.
Well, like I said again, you know, maybe it was a transition period time from.
When was the transition supposed to happen? Because not a single word of the New Testament says that you are going to transition in the future or this is not going to be okay in the future.
I mean,
Also, is
it was
implying that slavery
clearly
is justifiable under certain circumstances.
clearly what we have, I mean, the ideal situation is where everybody recognizes their dignity in Christ and nobody treats.
But that's
each
what
other
you
with,
want. That's not what God says.
I mean, like I said, I think the transition is happening post the incarnation.
Right, but again, nothing you said is in the book. You're inventing it.
And again, even if it was a transition, I still don't find that morally acceptable.
No, it's like if Quanta was like, hey Justin, do you beat your girlfriend? Like, no, I used to. Well, I'm still a dickhead for used to beating my girlfriend. There should be like I don't need to be weaned off of violence.
I mean, I'm quite sure I understand what you're.
The
What I'm
point that Quanta made is that even if it was for a temporary period, it's still evil.
I mean, like I said again, the culmination of this is an ideal scenario, the post incarnation,
No,
where nobody going against each other.
where can we find that in the
objectively.
Bible?
Yeah.
I do believe that's what the Bible ultimately is trying to
Where can
communicate.
I find that?
Revelations, it says that the lamb and the sheep will be as peaceful with each other, and there will be no more
The lamb,
violence.
the
or no-
lamb is the sheep. You mean the wolf and the wolf and the lamb?
something to that effect.
But that's in the Old Testament.
In the New Testament, the book of Revelation, it says the ultimate culmination is in the book of Revelation, where everybody's in harmony with each other. All of creation are in harmony with each other.
That's after Jesus comes back.
Yes.
And wouldn't that mean that we're still in the transition period right now? Which, by your
We
own
are.
logic,
We
would mean
are.
that
Yes, that's why
slavery
we're
is
still-
allowable today.
That's why we do not live in a ideal world. We are still suffering, and
So
we
you're
are
saying
still
it's
seeing the
allowable. We're still in that transition period where God allows it.
we shouldn't be allowing it. That's the whole point. We shouldn't be
God
allowing.
says so. According to your own logic, we're in that transition period where He's allowing it. He's weaning us off. We're still in that weaning period. We're not at that ideal state yet.
Also, Revelation in
No,
the
humans are the ones who-
13th Revelation in the
people are
13th
the ones
chapter. But hold on, your claim about Revelation's false, right? So in Revelation 13, about the end time period, so 13 is when the Antichrist shows up, or at least when the brand is marked. What it says is that it causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, both free and slave, to be given a brand on the right hand of the forehead. So the book of Revelation is envisioning that even in the end times, there will be slaves.
I'm not. I mean, from the way I see it, I can only tell you my perspective. The way I see it is, ultimately, all of creation are to be in harmony with each other, and Christ helps us achieve that.
How? Where in the Bible does it say that?
That sounds just like fan fiction at this point.
Because Jesus says that the 12 disciples will be ruling and reigning over the 12 tribes. There's going to be hierarchy.
I think yes, the in a sense, hierarchy exists for I mean, that's how governments function. Like there is a hierarchy, but the ultimate goal of the hierarchy is to ensure everything is harmonious.
Well, slavery is harmonious if you believe that slavery is moral, which the Bible does. That's why in Isaiah 60, when it talks about the new heaven, new earth, when everything's done, like this is what Revelation is talking about as well. It says that any nation that does not slave or serve Israel will be wiped off the face of the earth.
I don't see the like, you know, I don't understand the Bible from that sense. I only understand it from the sense where Christ helps every creature and every human being live in reconciliation and harmony with each other. That's how
Did Jesus
ultimately
free a single slave in the entire New Testament?
I believe he did.
Where?
In
where
terms
can I,
of their
where can I see it?
in terms of their afflictions, their diseases.
Afflictions aren't slave owners. When did he free an actual slave from a slave owner?
The actual you know, the person who's punishing humanity is the main person that Christ came to free us from, because he did say,
Well,
in this world we will have.
Well, that doesn't make it better. That makes it worse, because that means God put an evil entity in control of this world. Why would he do that? So you're saying we're enslaved to Satan, but God put Satan here and made us a slave to Satan. So it's a slave relationship.
this is a whole. I mean, this is a whole different level of cosmic battle that we're in. So there's no easy reading into this.
Wait,
Like, you know,
why is there a battle? If you're all powerful, there's never a battle. You just click your fingers and it's gone. There's no battle. He doesn't have to fight with Satan.
I mean, at the end of the day, the question is whether God exists or not, right? So I think what I'm trying to say is that, you know, ever since the incarnation, humanity has been progressing towards a more harmonious reality.
But slavery
Not
is
without
not part of that harmony, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and that was that has to be removed from society. It has to be.
Why?
It has to end.
Why?
I mean, that's my reading of the text. So,
but you can't quote a single text that says that.
I mean, just the fact that, you know, 2,000 years back, we were not in a we wouldn't even imagine the you know, the kind of technological developments that we have today. And I did, and the fact that the church helped us achieve a civilization is why I think, you know, we are progressing to.
None of this has anything to do with what the Bible says. See how I keep bringing you back to the Bible and you keep going to things that you invented?
But I don't think a Bible is a thing that you can take literally. It's like many of it's genre based.
Do you think laws should be taken literally?
It's based on genre and based on context. There's so many things.
Buddy, I know the genre and the context. That's why I asked you, do you think laws are literal?
Laws, if they are objectively, I mean, laws point to objectivity, and that's what I think the ultimate.
I'm asking you about the proper way of understanding laws. The hermeneutic that you use for reading laws, should we understand these laws to be literal or metaphorical?
I'm not sure about that because, like I said, this is my understanding of the text.
Do you think the going the speed limit is a metaphor, or is that a literal law that you have to follow?
If you're telling me in that sense, yes, you got to follow the.
That's what laws are.
Speed limit.
They're laws. They're things that you have to actually follow.
Anyway, this is my entire point is this: like, you know, the church played a huge role in helping civilization progress.
I disagree.
That's undeniable.
It's certainly deniable.
Okay, so yeah, but at the end of the day, I don't think it was done in the last. I mean, let's assuming humanity started.
You are aware that the Chinese outlawed slavery before Christ even came. It was outlawed for I think like 150 years before somebody came along and reversed it. Like the idea of not having slaves existed way before Jesus was ever a twinkle in his daddy's eyes when he looked at Mary.
I don't know why you keep going back to that point, but what I'm trying to, we're debating the existence of whether God helped.
You're just saying that people in the church did good things, and because they did good things, that must mean that their God exists. First of all, that doesn't follow. The Buddhists do good things. It doesn't mean that their religion, if you could call it a religion, is true. But also, people do bad things. So you can't just say, well, if they do good things, it means God is real. If they do bad things, well, that just means they're not real Christians. No, it literally just means that God's not real. That would be the equivalent. But Rosie, I feel like your lack of knowledge on the Bible and your lack of desire to actually engage with what the Bible says, like even if you can't quote the Bible, you also just never engage. Every time I read it to you, you just pretend like I didn't read the verse, and it actually just makes for a really boring conversation. So I think we're gonna move on to the next guest. Okay.
All right, that's fine. Yeah.
All right, take it easy, buddy.
Cheers.
Well, at least give him this. He tried to be kind with us. He just wasn't. He's not on the same level. He didn't really know how to have a proper debate or I guess read. But nevertheless, we'll get our next guest in here. I thought I said that Nietzsche was next, and then after that, Jared, and then Saint Ruflandius. Hey, good to see you again. Gretchen says politics and religion, eh? Stay off my lawn, Jay. Just joking. LOL. Listen, I don't plan on doing politics frequently, but I do want to get into what we would say is like topical subjects like abortion or same-sex marriage. Like the topics tie in with religion quite often. But I'm not trying to argue for a particular party or a particular necessarily an economic state, but more or less the stuff that crosses over with religion I'd like to address. Aromatics, thank you for the super chat. It says, Justin, I uploaded the clip you wanted. Hell yeah, to TikTok and YouTube. Send it to you to various DMs. With how DMs you get, wanted to make sure you see it. Hope that helps. Aromatics, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That is huge and a big help. So we're gonna add that to the soundboard. Shit, maybe today. And Philip Draken, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I don't think you can understand the entire Bible without the Book of Mormon, another testament of Christ. Indeed.
True.
So true.
It's the even newer covenant.
I would add that you also can't understand the Bible if you haven't read it. It seems to be the prerequisite. House 70, thank you for the super chat. It says, do these Christians arguing against the meaning of the Bible realize that they're arguing against God's given morality? They're turning heretic. Checkmate. True. Yes. That's why they have to say, well, they're not literal, or they're metaphors, or just they're loose guidelines. Because if they take the words of God seriously, well, then they have to admit that they're a heretic or change their position and say, actually, slavery is dope. Last super chat for now from Christopher. Thank you for the super chat. Says, if this dude believes Revelation is about everyone living in harmony, he has not read Revelation. That's true. Jesus is going to slaughter many people in the book of Revelation, and others will be brought before his very presence in Revelation 14 and slaughtered in his presence. So he's gonna. That's why.
Paste?
What's that?
Baby paste?
Yes, Jesus is absolutely going to make baby paste. Yep. All right, let's get Nietzsche's The One, and I suspect they're probably going to have an argument for Ian here. We'd love to hear some science arguments so we can get Quanta involved here. I'm sure we will eventually, though. Welcome in, Nietzsche. Are you at least 18?
Oh, yes.
Cool.
Hear me?
Hey,
Yep.
yep.
Mhm.
How's
Yep.
it going?
Hey, how's it going? So the reason I
Can
came
you
up,
can you get a little bit closer to your microphone? It's hard to hear you.
hold on, it might be my headphones. Let me take them off. Yeah, I don't know what's going. Is it better now?
Oh, yeah, we'll see. To be clear, you do believe in God, right? Did I ask that?
I'm considering on believing in like a deist God. I'm a Buddhist,
Oh,
and
so
I've
you
been
don't
so for a year.
you don't
But
believe in
I've been
God then?
considering believing in. I've been considering believing like a deist God. I was wondering if you guys had any arguments against like deism.
Well, I would say I don't think I don't see the difference between deism and just a naturalistic force. Ian might have a different argument.
Yeah, I mean, if you take that to be like something like, I think there are problems with the idea of, for example, like time coming into existence. So I don't think time could come into existence because that would be a change, but all change
Yeah,
happens in time. So you would need time in
I
order
agree.
for time to come into existence. So I think kind of the only models that you're left with are the ones where like the being is like eternally like emanating time. But then at that point, I think you just lose on parsimony. Like there's kind of nothing to explain.
Well,
Like
I
adding
think
the God
most
to the
deists would
worldview just
say,
makes it like less
yeah.
parsimonious than just positing that the universe is eternal.
Yeah, I think most deists would say, like, I think they wouldn't have any trouble granting that the universe isn't indeed eternal, but they would say probably deist God is beyond space and time. like beyond that realm.
Okay, but what sort of relation does God stand in to time?
Well, if you take like a Thomist, like panentheistic God, you could say that he is both within, beyond the space of time and within time. Or you can go like Spinoza's God, like a pantheistic, which means he's within time
But what does this
and embodies
explain?
everything that is within
Yeah,
Spain.
Like,
What's
what
he
sort of
actually doing
explanatory
through time?
power would a thing like this have?
Would what? Sorry.
Yeah, what sort of like explanatory power would this thing have?
Um. Well, I think it might give us a clear message and like what the meaning of life is. Like, do you think like pausing a deist God would just give more questions and answers?
Well, it doesn't even seem like the deist God would be able to explain that unless you're positing something like, I don't know, the deist God is all good. But then you run into big problems, especially if you're holding to something like a panentheist God, where you think that all of creation is inside of God. I mean, if you think he's all good, then it would just entail that creation is all good, which has like obvious absurdities. But then if this God isn't all good, then you run into the problem, which is that I don't know why we would expect for there to be meaning of life on the indifferent deist God worldview.
Well, what about this? Wouldn't it give like a grounding, like an ultimate a priori grounding for our morality and our logic, and wouldn't it
Why?
explain
Why
a
would it
lot of things
possibly
that are
do that?
mysterious
Is
to
it all
us?
good?
Well, like let's just say in this particular instance that it's indifferent. Like it's not going to assume any of the like typical theistic God qualities or any of the Abrahamic God qualities, but it's going to be indifferent instead, and it's not going to be directly
Wait,
involved in
I,
creation,
I
not at least while
I
we're
hate to
living.
kind of butt in here, but I guess I'm dying to understand how morals are grounded in a God that's indifferent to acting morally,
I'm
or
also
even
confused about this.
yeah.
Well, I'm just saying that like even us coming into existence might have like a priori grounding, like even under abiogenesis, like we don't really know where that first singular protocell came from.
I have no idea what that has to do with God grounding morality. How does the God that's indifferent to goodness ground morality?
Well,
Like, what would be the moral
maybe he
epistemology in
can
this
like
case?
ground
Like,
our
how do we arrive
conscious.
at the moral facts?
Yeah, well, maybe he can like ground. Maybe he can ground our consciousness in a way,
Well, so
but
I'm asking, like,
he leaves
okay,
our morality up to us. Like it's all
I,
subjective, but he can ground our consciousness maybe, and how we came to be conscious creatures.
but why would we need him to? Like, I guess I don't really understand why we would need him
Because
to.
again, like even like under a like an existentialist view, it would still give us like a understanding of like the ultimate grounding for the universe and how we came into being.
How? How would it do that?
Well, I mean, if you, I mean, it'd be
Yeah, what
tricky.
does
It
this
depends
give us
whether you
that a
hold to like
naturalist
infinite
explanation
regress.
doesn't?
What?
What does this give us that a naturalistic explanation doesn't?
Well, yeah, I mean, I assume like it would give us the ultimate a priori grounding for all of reality, which I don't think like naturalistic atheism does necessarily.
You keep on saying like random like words. I don't know what you think adding a priori does there. What do you think a priori means?
Independent of the mind. Independent of the
No.
mind.
No, a priori does not mean independent of the mind. A priori refers to being able to establish something without going and investigating the world around you. You're just saying like random philosophy words. You're a philoso-larper. You're like LARPing. I think you mean like objective, maybe. When you say independent of the mind, typically people mean something like objective.
And naturalistic
okay.
explanations
Yeah.
are objective. Like those
Yeah,
are
because they
also
don't
independent of the
they don't
mind.
require any subjective mind to experience it or to happen. They don't need any subjective experiences to be able to experience it.
Yeah, so okay. So you're saying we need God in order to have like an objective grounding? What's your understanding of grounding?
I'm just like things that explain how this came
Okay.
to be, or
That's well, ooh, that's not even grounding. That's like a causal explanation. So what you're really saying is we need God to explain where the universe was caused by. But why would I think that the universe was caused into existence as opposed to always existing?
well, I think like even under like a deist worldview that God always existed and always was and always will be.
To frame this in a slightly different way, if you're going to try to describe God as like a cosmological model, which is I think what you're trying to do here, you're saying that like he was the cause of the universe being the way it is. Uh, if we're going to evaluate like this, like any scientific theory, you need to be able to make predictions that are not predicted by the alternative explanation. And I have yet to see something like that. Like, can your explanation of how God made the world make predictions about the world that like we don't yet know and that we could like go out and test?
No, I like no, because he isn't like a theist God, so he doesn't get involved in our creation.
But like, if he's causally responsible for the universe being the way it is, then we should see like evidence of that. Like, you should say, oh, if we investigate what this fundamental constant is, your model predicts that it should be some value, whereas I might predict it to be some other value, and then we go out and test it and see which one it is.
Oh, okay. So you're just saying that because there's a lack of evidence for this deist God, the naturalistic atheist explanation
It's not even
seems
a
more
lack of
compatible
evidence,
with our
it's a
evidence.
lack of predictions in general. You're not even like predicting anything specific. And so I can't even like evaluate it the way I would evaluate any other cosmological model. So it's like unfalsifiable.
Oh, okay.
And that's not something that I'd want to believe in because there's no justification.
Yeah, it just seems like it kind of doesn't explain anything.
Oh, okay. So because God has no causal power or causal explanation in this particular instance, then we should be more
Well,
inclined to believe like in a
isn't that your whole claim that
naturalistic
he caused the
atheism.
universe to be the way it is?
Well, okay, wait. First, that's like roughly accurate, right? Like because the God hypothesis doesn't have more like explanatory power. It's not able to explain more things than the naturalistic hypothesis. It doesn't seem like we have any sort of reason to accept this, but also we have good independent reason to reject that. We can the supernaturalist hypothesis loses on parsimony. It's less parsimonious than naturalism because supernaturalism holds that there's supernatural things and natural things, whereas the naturalist only holds one of those things. They only hold natural things. So it's just a simpler view and it explains the same amount of things. If we can explain all of the things without God, then I don't know why we would want to try to explain all of the things with God.
So do you think like just positing God makes it the question of how we came to be more like complicated?
It just doesn't
No,
add
not
anything.
really. It just doesn't seem like it explains anything. Like it seems like the explanation for how humans came about is still just the same. we evolved. And if your view would deny that, then you run into the problem that there's like catastrophic evidence against your view. Like all the evidence for evolution would just weigh against you.
No, yeah, I mean, of course, I believe in evolution.
Hmm.
No,
I mean,
yeah,
it seems
but
like you might be trying to hint at a fine-tuning type argument. Is that what you're trying to get at?
well, I'm just saying, not even really that. I was under the assumption that like positing like a deist God in this particular instance would give us like an objective grounding for all of existence. Not even particularly a fine tuning argument.
Can I ask you a
Well, that's for sure
question?
not
But
true.
it
Yeah,
does
go
seem
for it,
like it.
Justin.
I realize this is going to sound stupid, but I don't understand why there's a demand for a grounding of existence when you're going to say God's existence would just be a brute fact, right? So what's grounding the existence of God?
Well, like under the deist paradigm, I think they would just say that God is equivalent to the brute fact. That God is the ultimate
Seems
brute
like you're just
fact.
kicking the can one step down the road now.
Right.
Yeah,
We
why
could
not take out the last step? And yeah,
like
Justin's got it.
why isn't the universe or at least a quantum state a brute fact? Because we have data points for that at least. Like we have lots of data to demonstrate that the universe exists and that it plausibly existed eternally, making it just a brute fact.
You're just adding like a middleman in the process that adds nothing.
Yeah, I remember I was on a stream. I asked a deist, like, why couldn't we just posit that the universe is a brute fact? And they said because they said God transcends the universe, and in the explanation of the brute fact, that God would be equivalent to the brute fact itself.
Wait, so why is that
So
preferable? That just adds like another like entity. Why would you want to do that? You're saying like the grounding chain stops with God as opposed to saying like the grounding chain stops, right before God. Why would
If
we
you
want
follow that,
more things in the grounding chain?
if you follow that train of logic, that like, oh, maybe you're trying to say, oh, you need something outside of itself to ground it, but now that means you need something outside of God to ground God, and then you need something outside of that to ground that, and it's just an infinite chain.
yeah, I did ask them about that, like why would we necessarily need a being outside of space and time to ground the universe if it's we're positing that the universe is a brute fact? Because he said there is a different dimensional understanding. So obviously there can't be anything
What does it mean to have a different
beyond the space
dimensional
and time.
understanding?
Like God works in a different dimension than we do, like in a non-temporal dimension where there isn't
Well,
space and time
then
doesn't
who
function.
created that
So, but
dimension?
there can't be anything beyond space and time. That was like
If
my
there's nothing
understanding of
beyond
it.
space and time, then God can't exist because he would have to be outside of it. So it's a self-defeating argument.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's an interesting objection. Like, are you like what do you break down what you mean by there, or can you expound
Well, I
upon
mean,
that?
I'm just going off of what you said, that like if the argument requires that nothing can exist outside of space and time, and that you need something outside of space and time to ground it, those are contradictory. You can't have both at the same time. You either have something outside of space and time that grounds it, or nothing can exist outside of space and time. You can't have both.
Yeah, so I think they would just be saying that something beyond space and time grounds it.
Why would you need that if things can exist outside of space and time?
Because again, I think they're gonna say that
Because
it's
now,
acting.
according to that own argument, if like you accept the premise that in order to ground something, it needs to be from something outside of itself. Now, in whatever extra dimensional space God is in, you need something outside of that to ground God in like the weird extra dimensional space that he's in.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, but they would say since God is beyond space and time, that he is the ultimate objective grounding because he ultimately grounds the causal chain. But we went over earlier that he doesn't, like positing a deist God doesn't really have much of a causal explanation, which is like a good objection.
Okay, do you have anything else?
No, I mean I just came up here if I should consider deism. Like I'm usually an atheist, but
It doesn't sound like
I
you
was
have like a good
considering
reason
deism.
to, so I'm not sure why you would.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah.
Probably just stick to being an atheist.
Okay.
Sure.
All right,
Thanks for
bye
coming up.
guys. It's nice talking to you.
Well, that certainly was interesting. I have to say I'm not convinced that this person was a deity curious individual.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, sounds like he just wanted to play devil's advocate, and he knew that
Yeah.
we don't usually do devil's advocate here. So,
Hmm.
nevertheless, we'll make a quick announcement, friends. If you believe in God, we want to talk to you. If you don't believe in God, you're in the wrong place. There's nothing wrong with wanting to debate like a devil's advocate, but that's not what we do here. So, if you request up, please make sure that you actually believe in a God, and we can have a real conversation about what you believe. If you're on TikTok, you can just hit that guest request button. If you are on YouTube, not YouTube, actually YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch, you can use the link on the screen, tiny.cc/UA guest, and you'll be put into a queue, and we'll get to you whenever the queue gets to your position. So, also, I'm going to grab 3 super chats, and then we're going to get Saint Rufandius in here. House 70 says, when Faraday gets more comments than the caller, it's a sign to move on from the caller, I reckon. Yeah, House, it's true. But to be honest, like, who wouldn't love to see Faraday? What a cute kitty and sweet. And Kurt Fell says, whenever callers go to grounding, it's just special pleading for God. True. Yeah, they want to use, and I'm not, maybe I'm stupid. I'm not fully convinced that everything in existence needs or has a grounding. Kurt also says God grounded Jeebus for a whole weekend. Then he wouldn't get off that damn cross in time for dinner. True. He was literally grounded in the ground for at least 2 days, it seems. All right, let's get our next guest in here. Rifflandius.
Hey, yo, what's up?
Welcome in, Saint
Hey, how's it going?
Rifflandius. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I am.
All right, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I do.
Sure.
The
Which
Islamic
God?
God.
Awesome. So you believe in, is it Sunni or Shia?
I'm a Sunni, yeah.
Gotcha. So you do adhere to a lot of the hadiths?
Yeah, if I can authenticate them, I do.
Okay, fair enough. So what do you think is the best or even your favorite argument for the God you believe in?
Yeah, I actually wanted to do like something like this because I have a question for Ian. Ian, I saw like that you had an argument. By the way, if we spoke last time, you had an argument like something with time, and I didn't really get it. I wanted to ask if you wanted to run it for me, and then I'll give my proofs for why I believe in Islam to be the
Sure.
correct religion. But of course, I'll need to like make sure what constitutes proof for you.
Sure. Okay. So the argument goes like this. Either God is creating eternally or not creating eternally. If God's creating eternally, then creation just exists eternally. But if creation exists eternally, then God never creates it. The alternative is that God
could
begins
respond
to
to that
create.
one.
He does not create. Yeah, go for it. What's your response to that?
I could respond to that one, but like it was another one. I'm pretty sure it was like something like around the lines of like God exists both like past and present. I thought something like those lines.
No, I
You
don't
know
think
what I'm
so.
hinting at?
No.
Wait, it's
No,
on your
typically
account.
the
Wait,
one
give me
that
2
I'm
seconds. I'm gonna
running
check it.
frequently is the Proclus dilemma.
Yeah, here.
I think the one that
God
you might be
exists
thinking of
both
on
in the
my
past and the future.
yeah, that one was because the person specifically
Like
committed themselves to that premise, I think. Like they committed themselves to all of these premises, and I was just pointing out that it's contradictory. Like it's not like a go-to argument. Presumably you want to
yeah,
say
'cause-
God's outside of time or something like that.
No, I don't believe God is outside of time.
Do you think God created time?
But sure, go ahead. So, no, I don't believe
Oh, then
time
he's
is something created for it is something conceptual. So, for example, when we're gonna get to creation, like something conceptual is not gonna be like something actually existing. Like when I'm referring to actual existence, I'm referring to something that's grounded with ontology, which I don't believe for time to exist. I believe simply that time is just gonna be like the sequence of moments that we categorize.
Do you think God had created space, like the concept of distances and stuff?
No, I also believe that I believe in two types of space. However, I don't believe God created space. For like space is also conceptual. Like you can't point out what space is out of itself. Like I don't believe it has a grounding ontology. Like space becomes dependent upon like the relational attributes. For example,
So
if there is only one thing, like you know that Muslims believe that Allah is above the throne, for example.
before
Like
we get too far, I want to just get a clarification. You don't believe in space-time then at all?
Well,
do
what
you
he's
mean
saying
with
is that he's a
space-time?
relationalist. He's saying that he doesn't think it's like a thing with its own
Yeah.
existence. He just thinks it's like the relation. Like he thinks like time, for example, is probably just something like change. And space, for example, is just like the relations between like objects, like their distances,
Sure.
maybe.
Mhm.
I'm gonna leave this to
And I
Quanta.
think- Yeah, that is essentially experimentally disproven. So, for example, you can have something called gravitational waves, which are objects that can carry momentum and energy, but are not composed of anything other than just space-time.
Yeah, but if you heard what I said, I said I believe in two sorts of time and space. So, for example, I believe in the created space and time, that is going to be the universe, the space-time continuum, and I believe in space and time outside of that, which is not going to be measured as a actual thing, but it's just going to be a relational attribute of both.
So when we say that like God is creating time, we're talking about like the timeline. Do you think that God
the
created
timeline,
the
I don't
timeline?
believe that's created for its conceptual.
Okay, but in terms of, so which one do you think God created, or do you think God didn't create either?
Like I believe like creation, like no, how do I say that? Like the time that we experience, like the time here on Earth and like in this universe, the space-time continuum, I believe that that's going to be an effect of creation. However, when we're going to be referring to actual space and time, like outside of the universe, which of course I know you don't believe in, but me as an Islamic
So
guy,
you think
I
that
believe
there's
in
God
that.
time? Then?
I'm going to believe that that's going to
Like
be
God has his
conceptual.
own
But I
timeline that
also
he's a
believe
part
that
of,
Allah
that's separate from us.
I also believe that Allah is in space, for example, and He acts in time. I don't have any problems with saying that.
He has a spatial location?
Yeah, so when we're going to be referring to a spatial location, it's just going to be relational. So He's above His throne. That's going to be relational to its throne.
Can you point to him? Like,
yeah, like where is he?
Like actually pointing to him? No, because the Earth is round. Like it
that's what it
depends
means to
whether
be in
like you hold
space.
to. Yeah, we have two objections to this. So you're basically like, if I'm getting your argument correctly, your argument is like because the Earth is like a ball. Like if one person on the top of the Earth like points up and the person at the bottom of the Earth points up, it's going to be different sides. Is
I
this the
think you're
argument?
very confused about how space works.
I'm not confused, bro.
We're just, does he have, so he has a spatial location, where is he?
Yeah, above his throne.
Okay, but is he within the space that's within our universe? Is he on the same manifold?
No. He's not in the
Okay,
universe.
so it's completely disconnected.
Yeah, that's not space then. You're
like
describing something
when you're
else
gonna
that is not
when
space.
you're going to be referring to the universe, Islamically just simply means the underside of the first heaven. Like whatever is under the first heaven and above like the first layer of hell is going to be universe, and everything above that is going to be heaven, and everything below that is going to be hell.
So was there a moment of creation for our space-time?
Was there a moment of creation for our space-time?
Yeah. Did Allah create our space-time at some time?
So you're just referring to the universe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And does that synchronize, that simultaneous with a specific time within Allah's time?
I didn't hear that. What did you say?
Is the moment where space-time gets created, is that a simultaneous moment to a moment that exists within Allah's time? Like, do these timelines sync up
I
at
don't
some
know.
point? You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay,
Nope.
well, either they would or they wouldn't. So we could kind of explore both routes. If they are
Sure, go ahead.
simultaneous at some point, then they would just collapse into one timeline because they would share a temporal point, which would just mean that they follow along, like they exist along like the same timeline. The alternative to that is that Allah is temporal, but there's no moment at which he created. So then, in that circumstance, it's not going to be the case that he's the creator, insofar as all of his actions would be temporal, and there just wouldn't be one of those that corresponds to the creation of
Yeah,
space
so I'm
time.
gonna respond to your first argument. Could you just like
Yep.
verify if this is the argument that you're making? If it's like at the beginning of the time that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala started to create the universe, if that's synced up with the time outside of that, that would therefore mean that this is actually collapses in just one big timeline, which would then refer to what was the conclusion of that?
That means that it's just one timeline. So then they would sync up, which
That
means
is just
that
one
you
timeline?
couldn't. Yeah.
Yeah, so no, I don't believe the time of this universe in which we are in is going to be conceptual. That's what I just stated. Like, I believe it's going to be creation when we're referring to the universe, but the space-time continuum, like, I don't believe in a real space-time continuum outside of that, but I mean, like, the conceptual variance that I just gave is going to be whatever is going to be outside of that.
The question was, do these sync up? Like, does
So
the
them
moment,
syncing up
the
does
moment
not
where
mean
Allah
that.
creates, does that sync up with the moment where this universe begins? Is there like a
Yeah, so for
simultaneous
example, if
moment
it
there?
might, yeah, like I just said, I don't know, but if it is the
If
case, this would
if
still
the
not
two
lead to a
timelines
contradiction.
interact at all, you can describe a metric between them, and then you could describe both of them as a single mathematical object.
So them syncing up does not mean that they correlate to each other. I hope you understand that. It can still be
That's
that
just how
one
a
exists
metric is
in the other.
defined.
Like, what did you say?
That's how a metric is defined. If these two timelines interact
Okay.
at all with each other, then you can define a single
Mm-hmm.
mathematical object that describes both.
Yeah, but you're getting something wrong, because I don't believe that the time of this universe that we're inside of here is identical to the time that's going to be outside of that. I don't believe they're like both conceptual. As if
It's
you
a question
just
of whether
hear
or
to
not
what
they
like
share a
if you just
temporal
listened.
point.
Yeah, I could concede that both of them share a simultaneous point that wouldn't lead to them collapsing into one point. I also don't see how that logically follows.
That's what Quantonaut is describing, is that if they share a temporal point, then you can construct a metric between them, which means that they're describable under just one mathematical object.
Yep.
So they would collapse
Yeah, they
into
would be
just one
describable
timeline.
under one.
As long as
Like
distances in
them being
time or
describable under,
durations
if I
are
may.
definable, they're the same mathematical object.
Yeah, like them being describable in like one single metric. I don't have a problem with conceding that. I also don't see how that would concede to the point that
That's
it's going
just
to
what we
be
mean
collapsing
by
into a single
them being
timeline. Because if you're then going to say, like, could you please let me finish, bro? Thank you. So, like, if you're going to say that they're going to collapse into one time, that's also still going to be a conceptual line. So I don't believe that that is going to be existent.
Mhm.
It's just going to be
If you want,
describing matter.
yeah, here's an interesting critique for you. So you're claiming that we have like a substantivalist view of time for our time, but then Allah's time is purely relational, that it's just like relations between changes and states of affairs. But the substantivalist view is also going to hold that temporal relations exist. So there's going to be a consistent description of the entire timeline that's relationalist. There's going to be a consistent like before and after across the entire timeline. So in that sense, you'd be able to describe it as just one relationalist timeline.
Yeah, I agree to that. Like, there is one relationist timeline in which the other like thing exists, like in which like it doesn't really exist in that. However, we define it by that metric.
So then you would hold that
So,
there
like,
isn't like a separate God time.
there isn't like a separate God time. What does that mean?
You tried to draw like a distinction earlier between two different timelines, but it's actually just
Yeah.
one timeline under the relationalist view.
If both of
Yeah,
these
yeah, I
objects have
agree
the
to that.
same
I have no
description,
problem
then
with
they're
saying
essentially
that.
the same thing, right?
Yeah, no problem. I have no problem with saying that. Like, for example, saying that there is only one timeline in which we actually define the time, and of which the entire, like, everything before and after the universe is going to be into that, because I also believe in heaven and hell. I have no problem with saying that. However, when we're going to be referring about the space-time continuum that we're in right now, I believe that that's created. So therefore, whatever comes through to that is an effect of the creation.
Hmm. Do you think that Allah created change?
Created change?
Yeah,
Like, I don't really
like
know
all
how to
change,
respond to that. Like, what do you mean with change?
just I don't know,
Essential
becoming
change,
different,
or like,
any change.
yeah, like, what is change gonna be like?
Probably depends on your theory of time. So I don't know. Do you hold like A theory, B theory?
What is that?
Like, do you hold like block universe, non-block universe?
Nah, bro. Are you aware with Ibn Taymiyyah?
Um, I've heard of him.
Yeah, I hold to his position of time.
Which is what? Whoa, it's Dr.
What I just
Blitz.
explained.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
relationalism. No, I get that, but I'm wondering, like, do you hold to the eternalist view that past, present, and future are all actual, or do you think that there's like a unique present, and
No, I
unique
believe they're
actual
conceptual.
present where?
No, I believe
Okay,
they're conceptual. Like,
sure.
I believe
So,
whatever we are doing exists actually. And I also believe Allah creates our actions, and then we just pick to choose them, if that's what you're going to be referring to. However, I do not believe that, like, the change or the metric of change that we use to observe what we see is going to be created.
you don't think that change itself is created? Then Allah is not the creator of all things,
Yeah, so
because He
when we're going
didn't
to be
create
referring to a
change, and
thing,
if time
like,
reduces to change, then He didn't create time either.
So first of all, I didn't specifically say that I don't believe that Allah created change. I said, like, by the definitions that we're going from on right now, if you're going to define change as just going from one point to another point, essentially, whether or not, I could say that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created, like, the acts that come with it. I have no problem with saying that. However, when we're going to be referring to, like, change as in its perception, I don't believe that that's actually going to be created, for it is a perception. And to respond to your second thing, like, when we say that Allah created all things, we believe, like, things that actually exist. And, like, when we're
Hmm.
going to be referring to existence, we're going to be referring to ontology as Islamic science defines. Like, when would you say that something exists?
Are you asking like a temporal thing? When would I say temporal things exist?
Just generally.
Because, okay, asking when does like an atemporal thing exist is like a category error. But I do nevertheless hold to the existence of atemporal entities, which is why we probably want to clarify the question.
Isn't that contradictory to what you just said?
No? What would the
So,
contradiction
like,
be?
you said you don't believe in atemporal things, however, you do believe in an atemporal entity,
No, I
or did
do
I
believe in
mishear you?
atemporal things. I don't think it makes sense to say when do atemporal things exist.
Yeah, no
I'm not sure if
problem.
there's like a when
I could
answer
get to
that
that.
corresponds there.
Yeah, for it's like relational and it's like conceptual.
For
So I
what?
would agree to those both.
Do you think change actually exists?
Yeah, so what it, like, as I just said, like, if we're going to be referring from something essentially going from one point to another point, to that thing, yes, I would just, like, put that under the category of creation. But if we're referring to, like, what we see of something not forming, like, in another shape or something like that, I'm referring specifically to something doing something else than it's right now doing, I would refer to, sure, I could say that that's conceptual. However, I have no clue, to be honest, about that.
Okay. Maybe like if you take change to be something like becoming different, like the fact that things become different, or if you hold to A theory, maybe you're gonna hold that like change is like the actualization of a potential, something like that.
The actualization of a potential, like a potential what? Like a potential, how is that defined?
Like a potential to be a certain way. So you might want to say a potential is something that's possible but not actual.
So that's also just going to be conceptual, isn't that?
Depends on your ontology. For example, someone like Aristotle would deny that like someone like Aristotle would say that that's like a real feature of a thing.
I don't hold to Aristotelian, like, explanation of the worldview. I believe he had great, like, how do you say that? Contributions to logic.
No, I
However, I do
understand
not hold
that.
to it.
Yeah, that's fine. I was giving you an example of somebody who might hold otherwise. But if you don't think like potentials exist, then I don't know, maybe you'd be like a B theorist. You might hold that past,
I have
present, and
no clue
future
what
are
the
just all
difference between those
actual.
two is going to be.
Yeah,
Like,
sure. So
sure,
the
they're not actual. I could say that.
you'd say what?
I could say that they're not like actual as in existence.
They're not actual. What isn't actual?
Yeah, as an
Past,
like
past
existence.
and
Like
future.
they don't actually exist.
And what is they?
Yeah, they're simply just gonna be. They're just simply yeah, like past, like what you're referring to, like
Oh,
past,
okay,
present,
sure,
and
yeah.
future. They're just gonna be something that we use to describe things.
You don't think the present exists?
What
Like
things are we
present, I
describing?
just think that it simply means, like when you're referring to the present, I just simply think that means what we perceive to be happening. And like
And
when
what
you're
is the
gonna ask about
past
the past,
and the
what we
future
have
describe?
perceived to be happening. What we have perceived to be happening and what we are to perceive to be happening.
Do those descriptions point
He's a
to real
relationalist. We've already
things,
established that much.
or are they merely conceptual?
But okay, you believe
Okay.
moments exist. Do you think like the moment that was before this moment is actual, or do you think like only this moment is actual?
Yeah, like if we go from how I just defined actual, that simply means being existent or having existed, and no, I
Yeah,
don't
that's fine.
believe that.
Okay, then you would be a presentist. So then it's not clear how you'd be able to account for change if you don't think that change is the actualization of a potential.
No, because I don't believe. When did I say that change is the actualization from a
No,
potential?
no,
I don't
I'm
really
saying that
believe
you don't say that you deny that.
Yeah, I do.
So it would be
No, I
unclear
don't
what you would
specifically
even
deny
hold
that. I
change
just
to
don't
be.
know.
Okay.
Hmm?
No, I was saying it's
Have you
it's
ever
not clear
heard
what.
this? Have you ever heard this definition of like the things that we've just been talking about?
Yes. Yeah, extensively. Yeah, this is like one of the topics that I read quite deeply on is this specific issue in philosophy of time between relationalists and absolutists.
Like most of these views I've gotten from Ibn Taymiyyah when he was referring to like the earliest scholars that have debated whether Allah existed or did things temporally.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess just to summarize, so well, we need to find a definition of change that you're comfortable with. I don't know, like a thing becoming different. Is there a beginning to things
Sure.
becoming different?
Like
Is there a time when things didn't become different?
Like I would put like change in like two different categories, like essential change and like just extra essential change. So something like extra essential change is always going to be essential just from something higher up in the hierarchy. For example, I'm going to give an example to like strain that out a bit. When we're going to be referring to essential change, it is going to be referring to like an essence is going to be an essential set of properties that one has. And then I would refer to that like it needs a person to exist. For example, like us humans, we have an essence, and I would say like it falls under the essential properties. And all of these essential properties and us therefore existing falls under another essence, which is going to be the essence of the universe, so forth, so forth, so forth, so forth, so forth.
Okay.
Until that point comes to like outside of the universe, then it stops.
Okay. But do you think
So when we're
so
gonna, yeah, I
then you do
understand
think
that I
that there's
didn't
like
respond yet, so I just gave a part definition. So now to definitely get to the point of change, like when we're going to be referring to essential change, I would believe, however, I'm not sure about that, that it's going to be entailed in creation. Like if you go to Surah 37 verse 96, it says that وَاللَّهُ خَلَقَكُمْ وَمَا تَعْمَلُونَ. Allah has created you and whatever you do. If you want to get into the free will topic, we can after that. However, like what we believe this means is simply that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is like creating the actions. Like the actions are going to be created, even though so like these things are not going to be conceptual. So the actions
do you think God is
that
eternally
require
creating?
for us. What did you say?
I'm not really interested in the free will topic. We can move to it if you really want to after this, but do you think God is eternally creating?
Eternally creating. So what does eternally creating mean? Perpetual creation?
Just creating without beginning. Like he doesn't begin to create from a state of not creating.
Perpetual creation would be a good summary.
No, I believe that there is a like that would entail that there is not a first creation, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, this goes against the Sahih hadith, so no.
Sure. So then you think that God went from a state of not creating to creating.
Yeah, I believe that there was a time at which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did not create.
Yep.
However, I
So then
believe
you'd
that
say
he has
God
always been
changes.
actively doing. What did you say?
So you'd say that he changes.
Not essentially, and I have no problem with saying that Allah changes, like extra essentially. For example, Allah changing from positions, like that's just going to be relational, or changing
Hold on, I'm a little
like
confused
as
here.
in the actions that he does.
Because you said that there are two kinds of changes. There's essential changes, and then there's extra essential changes.
extra essential.
And then you said that extra essential changes are just essential changes from something higher up in the chain. So what's the cause
Yeah, I
higher up in
said
the chain that makes the extra essential change that comes from the essential?
if you listen, if you listen to clearly to what I said like this goes all the way up until the universe, like or until the first point of creation.
Right, so I'm asking
I could
if
concede
this
that
is
everything
not
that's
if this is not an essential change, God going from having not created to having created, that means
Is
that
he
there must be
lagging for me?
one further step higher up.
Yeah,
I might be
Blitz's
lagging.
connection's pretty
you guys
I can
poor.
hear him
I'm
fine.
sorry, is he lagging for me or is it for
It's for everybody.
No, I can hear him, but
like I have trouble hearing
I
him.
mean,
yeah, it's okay.
Somebody else
Okay,
make an
so
argument, I might just
put the
spectate
law
that I
in
think
motion is my understanding of Blitz's argument.
Wait, if you've understood him, could you ask maybe the question that he posed, Ian?
Well, my understanding, Blitz, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think I can hear you like totally fine. But my understanding is that it sounds like he's reasoning something along the lines of like, if you're saying everything that's put into motion is going to require like some sort of like higher essential, or I don't know, like an essential chain to derive the motion from, then if God goes from being inactive to being in motion, then he needs to derive this from some external thing. So what would be the external thing that Allah derives the motion from?
Yeah, so if you listened very well to what I said, I specifically said that this goes all the way up until the universe. And why I said this is specifically because of the contingency argument or the contingency that's going to be entailed by that. Like I believe that all contingent things must have another essence like that put them forward. That is why I believe that Allah is the uncaused causer which caused all things without needing like an external cause to cause these things.
Do you think Allah's decision to create was necessary or contingent?
Allah's decision?
Yeah.
Like, what does necessary mean? Like, it just like means actual,
Like true in all
like,
possible worlds?
objectively?
No, like true in all possible worlds. Yeah, like there's no world
Yeah, I
where he
believe that
doesn't create,
Allah's
like he has
irada-
to.
Yeah, I believe that his will is dependent upon like himself, like his essence.
So then it's contingent.
Like, yeah, upon himself. Like, it's gonna be. Are you aware of what mutual contingency means?
So there's kind of two senses of contingency that get used in the philosophical literature. There's like one that's like ontological dependence. Basically, this exists because that exists. So maybe you'd want to say like
That's
you
not what
depend
I'm referring to.
ontologically. Yeah. So do you mean like possible
No.
but not necessary?
Yeah, so for example, when we say Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's will, I don't actually know whether that's going to be necessary or not, but I would assume that because Allah simply, his essence has the attribute of his will, that would therefore mean that it's necessary, but I have no clue upon that. But we could explore both routes if you want to.
Yeah, please. So okay, in terms of so we have Allah's will, and let's say that Allah's will is contingent. That means that it
By the
would
way,
be
one second. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Are
That's
these
okay.
videos are they getting uploaded? So like I can rewatch them?
yeah, it's on YouTube if you want.
Okay, thank you. Keep
Yeah,
going.
yeah, it's on
I'm sorry.
Unapologetic. That's our YouTube channel.
I'll check it. Thanks.
Yep. So okay, so God's will is contingent. Let's say it's contingent on his essence. His essence is necessary. So if Allah's essence is the way that it is, then Allah will choose to create, basically, because Allah's essence determines what he's going to do, and clearly it's determined that he's going to create. Is that correct?
Okay, so if we're going to be referring to like contingency, are you going to be referring of like that one thing's dependence is going to be like that one thing's existence is going to depend on something else? Is that your definition of
No, no, no,
contingency in this
no.
case?
I understand you to be saying possible but not necessary. Like it could have been otherwise.
Okay.
It could be this way. It could be not that way.
I said I
I
don't
understand
know, but
that
I
to be
said
what
like
you're
I want to
saying.
explore both routes.
Sure. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm tracking now. So if what you're saying is like the modal, like the possibility but not necessary route, then here's basically you run into a problem called modal collapse, which basically you arrive at the view that actually everything is necessary because basically, let's say one thing is a sufficient explanation for another thing, and the first thing is necessary. So if A obtains, then B will obtain, and A is necessary. Well, then B must be necessary as well. Does that make sense?
I get what you mean. So is if I'm getting it correctly, isn't this like an argument used against people that believe in ADS?
Yeah, it often gets used this way,
Yeah.
but it also applies to the contingency argument. The PSR forces you to
so-
say that like there can't be like a contingency in his will because then his will would be explained by something further, and the further thing would, same question, is it necessary or contingent? If it's necessary, well then that just necessitates his will be a specific way.
But wouldn't that therefore mean that everything would be necessary in that view?
Yeah,
Like
that's the
also
problem with
creation and
PSR.
contingent things?
Yes.
What did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
so
think that
I
that's a
wouldn't
problem
hold
with
to the fact-
PSR, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't hold to the position that like everything outside of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to be necessary. However, if you're going to be asking whether his will is dependent upon like mutually dependent upon himself or his essence, I could respond in both ways. So let's go first with the route that you just suggested, like that it's going to be necessary upon something else, like
Yeah.
for example his essence. Well, then his essence simply is going to be that necessary thing. I don't believe that when his essence like uses these attributes to do something, I don't necessarily believe that that's going to mean that every effect of the attribute or every effectualization of the attribute would therefore be necessary. Do you get what I mean?
Maybe. So, are we talking in like the modal sense or in the dependent sense?
What is the difference between those two?
So, okay. You can have necessary things that depend on other necessary things. You can't have like and that's like the dependence view, but under the modal view, it doesn't make sense to say that something that's contingent is necessary. It's just a direct contradiction. So, for example,
Yeah.
let's say, imagine for a sec that like God is necessary and everything is necessary. Like everything couldn't be otherwise. Well, in that sense, you would have these like necessary things that depend on other necessary things for their existence. So you'd have like necessary contingencies. And that's fine under the
Yeah.
dependency view because you're just saying like these things must be there in all possible worlds, but then they depend for their existence on other things that must be there in all possible worlds. Whereas
Yeah, so
in the
if I may,
contingency view, you can't say
first of-
that. Yeah, go for it.
If I first may, I don't believe that there can be necessary contingent things. Like I believe that if something is necessary, that therefore means that like it can't be caused or like can't be essentially changed by something else. I don't believe that. That's also why I refrain from usually answering the question that you first posed, because most of the time I just simply say when I'm referring to contingency, because now I'm really getting your point, when I'm going to be referring to contingency, I'm going to be referring to something dependent on something external, for it's going to be relational. So like Allah's will, for example, being dependent upon his essence, even though I don't know if this is like this, I want this clear for each Muslim that is here. I'm not saying that it is this way, but I'm just simply saying if it is that way, I don't believe like we could still go out and say that this is like going to be actual dependency, for it is still going to be in the same rational agent. Like Allah's will like is an attribute of him, and Allah's essence is just simply who he is.
Yeah.
And his
No,
attributes is what makes
I
him
understand
who
that
he
view.
is.
Yeah. Yeah. So in that sense, you'd be saying that I think under that circumstance, probably the atheist might even accept the contingency argument, because all it's really establishing there is like a view called metaphysical foundationalism, which is that there's some sort of being that doesn't depend on other beings for its existence. So maybe the atheist would accept this and just say, well, that thing is like the wave function, or that thing is like space-time, or like quantum fields, or something like that.
But wouldn't that feel to a contradiction? By the way, just real quick, are they like, are your guys like screens frozen only for me, or is it for everyone? And secondly,
Oh, sorry,
like, do you
it
still
did
hear?
freeze on TikTok. I appreciate the notification. I'll reset it and should be all right. Perfect. Okay.
Yeah. So to specifically be responding to you, I don't know what you just said, something with wave. I don't know what that means. And for example, the other point that you made, wait, what was the second one? Like, for example, let's just go with the wave, or yeah, let's just go with the space-time continuum. Like, as
Yeah.
I just explained, I believe that these things are like creation, so they are going to be dependent. And like the things that you mention outside of them, I most definitely am going to put them under conceptual.
Yeah. So okay, I guess maybe we gotta like retrace like the dialectic, because I don't know, how did we get, do you know how we got into the contingency argument? Oh, sure. Okay, wait. The question,
Yeah,
what put a
when you
lot in
asked.
motion?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, sure. Okay. All right, here's a critique that you might find interesting. When Allah was not creating, did time exist?
When Allah was not creating, did time exist?
Yeah.
It depends. Did Allah do other actions than creation? Because I don't believe that Allah is like only creating.
Do you think that he was eternally doing like some action?
Yeah, I believe that he's eternally doing some action because of Surah 55 verse. I'm doing this out of my head, so it's definitely Surah 55, but it's around verse 30. I think it's 32, in which it says no, I think it's 24, in which it says كُلَّ يَوْمٍ هُوَ فِي شَأْنٍ. Each day he does something, or like each day he is doing something.
Okay, then you would hold that, for example, that the chain of change is just infinite. That if you were to like lay out like the change line, like the timeline, but for change, that would
Mm-hmm.
just go back infinitely.
Yeah, like just extra essential change.
Just any change, like all changes
Yeah.
would
Yeah, I
go
could
back
say that
infinitely.
goes back. Yeah, I could say that goes back infinitely. I have no problem
Okay.
with saying that.
So then that seems to indicate that God couldn't possibly actually be like the originator of change, insofar as change would have always existed.
Then I would most definitely concede that change is going to be conceptual, because like otherwise I'm going to get into another problem.
Okay. But then that's kind
And
of
I also
strange, because
define
then
like if you, I'm sorry if I may like
No, go
expound a
for it.
little
Yeah.
bit. I also like in the beginning talked about extra essential change and essential change. And when I was talking about extra essential change, I said that it's simply just the perceiving. In that sense, it's not going to be a real thing. However, when we're going to be talking about something going from state A to state B without essentially changing, and now you're just simply asking about Allah, so the necessary being and not a contingent being anymore, I don't believe that it goes back to a higher chain. I simply believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bases this upon what He wills to do. So for example, if He wanted to, like, I'm not saying that He did this, but for example, if He wanted to speak, like He can speak whenever He wants, and He's free to do that when He wants to.
Mm-hmm. So at that point, it seems like you would kind of fall into like anti-realism about time. Like, not even just that it's conceptual, but that it doesn't even reduce to anything with real ontology. That it's hard to see how you would avoid saying that like time just has no ontology at all, or like it doesn't even reduce to
agree to
something
that
that
in the
has
beginning.
ontology.
I agree to
Okay,
that
so
in the
you
beginning.
reject
Like, I
the
don't
existence of
believe time has
time?
an actual. Yeah, I
You
don't
don't even
believe
think like
that
the
time is an
relation
actual.
exists?
But
Yeah, I
again, it
don't
seems like
know
he
if
was
you
saying
like
that there's
listen.
two different. There's like a real time and a not real time.
Yeah, so like I'm gonna try to make this as simple as possible. So when we're gonna be referring to like time, wait, what was your question again? My lord, I forgot already. Could you repeat that?
Actually, I
I'm
have
sorry.
a question that could maybe clarify this. In
No, wait. I
God's,
first wanted to like respond to
time
Ian's
or
question.
change line, I guess.
Could I just
In
like first
God's,
respond to Ian's question?
sure.
Ian, could you repeat your question? My bad.
Yeah, I don't remember specifically what I asked, but I remember my point was something like it seems like, so
I get it again. I
what the
remembered again. So it's just
relationalist
gonna
wants
be.
to say is that there's like two entities that have ontology. There's objects that stand in relations, and then there's like the relations themselves. But it sounds like you're saying like the relations themselves don't even exist. Like all there is
Yeah,
the
so relations.
objects.
Yeah, like relations also are just going to be conceptual. Like it's just going to be describing something. For example, you would say that distance is something relational, right?
Distance is something relational. I'm
Yeah, like
undecided
it
on
depends on
this. I don't have a view.
like just let's just then say for the view of the relationalist that believes that distance is dependent on two things to like be a metric or to like be perceived. Like I'm just simply gonna say like it's just gonna be describing what the difference is between those two in state of location, and location is just simply gonna be that change of metric.
Yeah. No, I get that, but there's like an active open dispute about basically this exact topic in philosophy of time and philosophy of, I guess, like physics. There's like this other view which holds that these things are real entities that really exist. This isn't a good argument, but I'll give it because it gives like good historical context. So, okay, picture that there's like a bucket full of water at the center of the universe, and there's like stars around it. Picture that it's like absolutely stationary. The bucket, like the water in the bucket, is like totally flat. Now picture that everything is like moving at like one rotation a minute. Well, you might want to say that the water in the bucket is like concave because of the centrifugal force. But what's it moving relational to? It seems like the only thing that it could be moving relational to is space itself. Now that argument doesn't work for like complex physics reasons, but it does like demonstrate the idea that
I
there's
haven't
like this
understood the
open view
argument.
too. What?
I haven't understood the argument.
If you, we probably shouldn't get too detained by it. But if you want, do you
Like
know
I'll
the
just search it
Stanford?
up. Do you have the name?
Yeah, do you have the do you know about the Plato Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy?
Yeah.
You should look up Newton's physics. It goes into detail. It's
Newton's
called
physics.
Yeah, it's called Newton's bucket argument.
I
Maybe
think
like
you can still. I think you can still make a version of that argument in general relativity. It just gets more nuanced as you.
Or wait, I'm sorry. Yeah, I fucked it up. It's Newton's views on space and time, or space, time, and motion.
Okay.
Newton's views on space, time, and motion is the article.
Views on space, time, and motion. Okay, I'm gonna get to that. Do you
Yep.
still want my proofs for I believe in Allah?
Yeah, please. I'd be interested.
Islam?
Yeah, go for it.
So, like, do you want what convinces me, or do you want me to convince you?
Well, is something that convinces you like deeply personal? Like, I don't if it's personal experience, like just skip it. But
no, it's not like really like. Of course, it's gonna be personal because it's me perceiving it. However, like, it's not personal to me. Like, everyone could like agree to this if they have the same view upon this as me.
sure, go for it. Let's see it.
So, for example, would you believe that like when something comes from like a source that neither humankind or mankind could produce, or like knowledge of the unseen, which isn't just vague but is like specific, that's going to be like a proof for something higher up having created that? I'm not referring to God yet, however, I'm referring to something coming of higher knowledge. So when I'm referring to evidence, it's just going to be something that simply increases the chances of what I'm saying to be true.
I'm fine with that. I accept that definition.
Okay, so when I like, do one of you have a computers in front of you?
Yeah.
Like, if you mind, like, search up Sunan Abi Dawood 4306. I think it's that one. I'm pretty sure.
What now? Abi Dawood?
Abi Dawood 4306. I think it's that one.
Is this
It's
the
referring to
battles?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if I paraphrase the hadith correctly, I believe that that's going to be a prophecy referring to the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, prophesizing something that is going to happen 500 years later. Yeah. So the Messenger of Allah ﷺ said, some of my people will alight on a low-lying ground, which they will call al-Basra. Now, I want to make sure that, like, before we're going to get into self-fulfilling prophecy, I first wanted to be made sure that, like, al-Basra was only, like, if we look at the historical context, it was only after the Prophet ﷺ's death found. And it would be beside a river called the Tigris, over which there is a bridge. Its people would be numerous, and it would be one of the capital cities of the immigrants, or one of the capital cities of the Muslims, according to the versions of Ibn Yahya who reported from Abu Mu'ammar. So simply what it's saying at this point is that the Prophet ﷺ is saying that there is going to be a few people, or like the Muslims, that would go to a low-lying land next to the Tigris, and they would call it Basra. Now, and its people would be numerous and it would become one of the capitals of the Muslims. After that, it says at the end of time. Now, I could corroborate what it means at the end of time. The Prophet ﷺ simply means that this is going to be a prophecy regarding to one of the signs of the ends of time, aka the Day of Judgment. The descendants of Qantura, which are the Mongols, will come with broad faces and small eyes. In another version of the hadith, with boots of fur, etc., and a light on the bank of the river. The town's inhabitants will then separate into 3 sections, one which will follow the cattle, live in the desert and perish, another which will seek security for themselves and perish, but a third who will put their children behind the backs and fight the invaders, and they will be the martyrs. So what it's saying then, after that the Prophet ﷺ describes what Basra is going to be, it says that it will be attacked by the Mongols, and that it's going to be basically a bad day for the Muslims, for they are going to be defeated, and it's basically going to be the end of the Muslim capital. Now, I believe this to be referring to the siege of Baghdad in 1258, in which the capital city was literally Bab al-Basra, the port of Basra, in which the descendants of Qantura, the Mongols, actually attacked. And I believe that this is going to be proof, like I could, with Isnad, I don't know if you guys are aware with ICMA, Isnad meta-analysis, it is simply just going to be retracting or looking back at the historical context to how far back we can actually trust this hadith to be an utteration of the Prophet ﷺ. And even if you want to be like very critical about it, you must still concede that it was one of the companions of the Prophet, because the common link that we have is the companion of the Prophet. And this was basically at the time of his life still around. So that's why I would say that this is a wonderful prophecy according to me. And I believe that the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ prophesied in there something which no one else could prophesize at that time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to like verify some of this stuff. So, first thing that I do, or one of the first things that I did, I'm looking for this like Quantora group. I can't find any mention about like what this actually refers to.
Yeah. So Qantura, if you look at, I think it's in إطلاق في علوم القرآن of السيوطي. May Allah bless his soul. He simply refers to, like, he brings a report in Tarikh al-Tabari, which is going to be the historical account of al-Tabari, which is around 800 plus. Like, they explain that the descendants of Qantura are basically a tribe of the Turkic people, like a group of the Turkic people. And they say that the descendants of Qantura are specifically the ones under the ruling of the Mongols, so the Tatar. And I believe that this is what
I think we have
referring
Ems
to.
in here who wants to add something.
Oh, snap.
Sure. Who?
I mean, he's connecting right now. Ems is one of our
Justin,
friends who's actually
can you-
very,
he
very
knows me, he knows
familiar
me.
with the Quran.
Hey, yeah, I know Ams. What's good, bro?
Hi,
Jamil.
Can you send? Can you open up Discord and pull up what I'm gonna put on the screen?
Sure.
I'm on my phone, but yeah, I can screenshot it. No worries.
Yeah, I got it here.
Are you gonna be sending me the 11-page
I
document?
sent it to Justin. I don't have you on Discord.
Yeah, if you're gonna be referring to the
All right.
11-page document, like around that,
What
in
is
which it
that?
goes through the paces, I could refuse
I
that.
don't have that.
No.
Don't even know what that is.
Okay, no problem. Then go ahead. I don't know what you're gonna pull up.
Yeah,
Okay,
this is the hadith, right?
Mm-hmm.
It should be. That's what you sent
Could you
me.
read the
Yeah.
hukm of the hadith? Could you read the ruling of the hadith?
It's way too small for me.
Oh,
Could you zoom in
But
on
I
the red?
believe it's
yeah,
Hassan.
I can zoom in. Hold on. Is that workable?
This is Abi Dawood 4306. Could
Yeah,
you
let me see.
highlight, Justin? Could you highlight the red and translate?
This one right here.
Hold on. صحيح المحدث ضعيف.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's
ومتنه
ضعيف.
منكر.
ومتنه منكر. Yeah, it says that the matn is munkar. Who said this?
The Muhaddith himself. So this would
Yeah,
be Abu
which
Dawood.
muhaddith?
This would be Abu Dawood.
Abu Dawood?
Uh,
Where?
within
Oh,
2450.
Abu
it
Dawood did
says
not say this, by the way.
summary
خلاصة
of the
المحدث,
of
the
the
ruling of the hadith.
Mahut. The
Muhaddith,
translation.
the person who does the ruling.
Did you want me to
Yeah.
give you the translation?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, it says summary of the Muhadith's verdict. And the verdict is weak. Its text is rejected, and then Munkar.
Yeah. So if I may respond, Ems, are you like, it's not like be belittling or something, but are you aware of ilm al-hadith, so I know what what
Yes.
terminology I could use?
Yes,
Yeah,
go
so
ahead.
when we're going to be doing Jam' al-Adillah and Jam' al-Turuq, like I could go like bring you like passages of Ibn Hibban, etc., and all of these different narrators that bring a sort like matan, which would at least concede to it being
But do you
Hasan.
have do you have a different method that is Hasan?
Yeah,
that is
one
not
second.
rejected?
No, like when you have like 10 da'if, even if you have
It's
10
okay.
da'if jiddan.
There is صحيح لغيره وحسن لغيره, etc.
Yeah,
But
if I
this
may.
specifically, do you have a specific transmission of the hadith that is authentic? Number one, number two, or just continue. Give me that first, please.
Yeah, so what I just simply said was when we do Jum'at Turuq, even if I bring you 5 da'if hadith, it's
If you
going to be
have one
sahih,
that
it's going
is,
to be
if you have one that is
hasan.
sahih, I will accept it. Yes.
No problem. But if we have, okay, I'm asking, if you have 5 da'if hadith, they have sort like matan, and we do Jum'at Turuq, it's going to be hasan li ghayrihi, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you must at least
Sure,
think
but I'm
that it's
asking you,
hasan
what
li
is the
ghayrihi.
different transmission that's
Yeah,
authentic? I'm just asking.
I'm gonna put it up in the screen in a second. And I didn't say that it's authentic. It can still be da'if jiddan. However, when we do Jum'at Turuq, it's gonna be hasan li ghayrihi, even if all of them
Sure,
are
but what
da'if.
is the other narration that is authentic from this specific?
Yeah, probably like I could bring that one up. However, still, I'm not even going back, or I'm not even actually contending to the point that it's whether it's da'if or not, because I'm making a claim upon isnadikum meta-analysis. So when we do ICMA, we track it back. Do you want me to put the ICMA charge through, or do you want me to send it through one of you? I have it on my phone.
If you have any of those, sure, but I mean, wouldn't it just be easier to go through a muhaddith and take the verdict?
Yeah, but even if I bring a muhaddith, as long as he does not do Jum'at Turuq, and I'm pretty sure Darus Salam.
This is not Darus Salam.
Yeah, I know that. I'm saying
Darus Salam, I don't take Darus Salam because they're not an actual scholar. They're just their
I
organization.
get that. Just like Al-Albani, just like thingy, if whoever I bring up, like, could you real quick, could someone Google Sunan Abi Dawood 4306, and it's gonna be on sunnah.com, and then you just scroll down and it says who gave the verdict. Secondly,
I think on Sunnah it says Al-Albani. I can double check.
Was it
I have no
4306
clue
you
what it
said?
said. Yeah, 4306.
That's what we had pulled up over here.
I get that. Could you scroll down?
Sure.
All the way. There, Hassan al-Albani. So the muhaddith that declared it Hassan, you asked me for a muhaddith that declared it Hassan, it's going to be al-Albani. Probably, if you look in the silsila, if you look in his silsila, I think it's going to be because it's Hassan li ghayri. He doesn't actually say it's Hassan li ghayri, so I think he had at least one Hassan chain, and he had then a lot of da'if chains, which is just going to strengthen it. So even if you want to say that it's da'if or it's Hassan, which according to Al-Albani, it's Hassan. By the way, for the people that are listening and do not understand, I'll give a quick interview. I'll give like a quick introduction while this guy is gone. In Hadith sciences, we have like a few generalizations or categorizations of how we say whether a Hadith might be authentic of the Prophet or not. We have Sahih, which is going to be the highest level of authenticity, or that's actually going to be mutafaqun alayh, but Sahih is going to be the highest generally, which means that it's definite that the Prophet ﷺ said this. We have Hasan, that it's definite that the Prophet ﷺ said this. However, the narrators did not have a clear mind, so there may be textual variants, and there may be like little losses of memory. And then we have da'if, which is just going to be weak, like which we most probably reject when it's talking about halal and haram, but which we accept for other cases. And then we have da'if jiddan, munkar, which is going to be referred to like made up, like fictional. Now,
Sure.
to refer to his
so it's
question,
like it basically what it's like, I guess, for the audience sake, it's like on Pawn Stars when Rick Harrison calls in the expert, and then the expert's like, it's authentic and it's this much, or it's fake. It sounds like this
I don't know
what you're saying is that it's like it's fine.
Yeah, it's like accepted. Like we accept that the Prophet ﷺ said this. However, like there might be little textual variants. However, for the story at this matter, it doesn't really matter, because like the earliest point that we must pull it through is if you could like scroll a little bit higher, at the beginning of the Arabic text. I can actually tell you who it is. Like, could you scroll a little bit up?
Yeah, 1 second.
I'm trying to get it from Albani's book. I'm trying to get the hadith verdict from Albani's book.
No problem, go ahead. Could you like scroll a little bit up, like to like the beginning of the Arabic text?
All right, we lost. I lost
we
the
lose?
connection to Video Ninja. It blipped. I'm gonna refresh Video Ninja real quick.
Okay. Like I have no clue, but basically what it's gonna be saying is that the first name, like of the one that transmits, is that is gonna be the one that we could with like isnetku meta-analysis trace it back. And like if one of you like I could send something to one of you, I could send you a screenshot of its isnetku meta-analysis if you want that. Would that be appropriate?
I don't know if anyone heard anything you said because I'm trying to reload the screen.
Oh, okay. Meanwhile, I'm gonna get the evidence.
Really weird. Ian, can you hear me? Okay. For some reason, the link in OBS to Video Ninja stalled. When I add people to the scene, it's not actually adding them. I might have to reload the scene in Video Ninja. Give me one sec. Or not in Video Ninja, but in OBS. Sorry about this. My apologies, friends. I think chat can probably hear you. Say something real quick. One more time. No, they probably can't hear you. That's weird. Yeah. Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll fix it up real quick. All right, say something now.
Do you hear me?
Ian?
Yes, I can hear him. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. We should be good now.
So, could I send something to like one of you guys?
I don't know how you would do that, but you can try.
Yeah, like I have a screenshot which I want to send to one of you, but I don't know where.
If you want to join my Discord, maybe?
Yeah, sure. What is your Discord?
Discord.gg/allegedlyian. I can send you like a friend request.
Yeah, could you like add me? Because that's like pretty hard. Like it's just gonna be use. Like I'll type it in the chat if you want. Like this is my
please.
name without capital. Like without capital. Like I can send you a screenshot of what we call ICMA. I don't know if you guys are aware of what that is. It simply is just like a Western Orientalist method of like verifying, like making a historical account from Hadith science.
Okay, I sent a friend request.
Yeah, so if you want to put that on screen, if you can.
Sure, yeah, I'll send this to Justin.
Yeah.
So I found 8 narrations of the hadith.
Thanks. And they're all da'if, or what is it going to be?
I'm looking for it. I can't find Al-Albani's PDF book for some reason.
Which
Like
PDF
it's,
are you looking? Silsila?
ضعيف وصحيح كده سنن أبي داود.
Yeah, he doesn't do that for Sunan Ibn Dawood specifically.
Here's the link.
What is the source that he said that this hadith is Hasan? If
Yeah,
he
so
doesn't
if
have
Sunnah
a book
does,
for that.
no worries. Like if Sunnah.com does it, I'm gonna trust it anyway. Like that's gonna be enough proof for me.
Sure, but Durar.net said it is weak and munkar.
Yeah, then you're gonna need to bring PDF proof.
And then you have, but if you don't have the source of Ibn al-Albani saying it is Hasan, how would you know it is Hasan?
Like this is basically what we just call, like in Dutch we call it miereneuken, which literally means you're just gonna be picking up on the details. Like when Sunnah.com says that the like
Means Sunnah.com is known to lie. So
that's not true. If I may,
it is
like,
true though.
okay,
It
like,
is true. I can show you.
Like, bro, like, stop coping, please.
Can we
Like, if,
Coping?
you know
mention?
that com
How is
says
that
I'll
coping?
trust it upon that.
Let's
However,
let's
even if
refocus a little bit, because right now
yeah,
both of y'all are getting into some really fine detail minutia that nobody here knows what you're talking about.
yeah, that's also
Like
yeah,
so
it's
let's
kind of relevant. You're right.
so let's just grant is it we can grant for now that it's
No, I
authentic
don't want you to
hadith.
grant anything. No, you don't need to grant anything. The evidence is on your screen.
Well,
So basically,
I'm
when we're
just
going
I'm
through
just gonna grant it to you because I don't want to bore the entire audience with this.
Sure, thanks. However,
Okay,
I don't
so
like
can you give us
proof
the
that it's
interpretation of what the hadith is predicting? Because I think
yeah,
that's
I'm gonna get
where
to that in a
a
second.
lot of us had questions. So, for
Yeah.
example, when it talks about these future events, I don't know if we have the background knowledge to know who these people are or where this capital city is. These are things that we actually need information on. M should know, but we don't know.
I don't think he does, but okay, no problem. This is gonna be just historical account. Are you
So
like is there
another muhaddith I found is also saying this hadith is weak.
which muhaddith?
Put it on the screen, Justin. I sent it to you.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, like, we can grant it if Justin wants to, but again, I'm not seeing anyone saying it is Sahih in the first place, let alone, I mean, Hassan in the first place, let alone Sahih.
Yeah, so I
I'm not
just
saying
gave you
that
the
they
IC, like no
no,
problem.
I want that muhaddith. Can you just, like, reference
Bro,
a specific
I just
muhaddith in a book?
like you see what this guy is doing. Like I just gave you one. Now you're just trying to
You
burden ship.
didn't,
It's no
though.
problem.
I'm asking you, where is the
by
source
Allah,
of
listen.
Al-Albani saying it is Hassan?
Sunnah.com is a valid accepted source for me, so I don't know why you're refuting to that. Now, to
Sunnah.com is
respond to your
not valid
second
and
point,
accepted for me, so can
yeah,
you show
but
me where
what?
the primary
Yeah,
source is?
but 1 second. When did I
It
ask
literally says
what
it
you
on the screen.
1 second.
Just,
When did I ask what you
again,
accept?
just a second.
Yeah.
You're trying to convince us again. So I'm asking you, where's the primary source that says that Al-Albani has said that? Because I cannot find that. It says on the screen, إسناده ضعيف. It is weak of transmission.
Okay. Are you finished? So
Could
as I
you
was
show me the
saying,
primary
who is the
source?
muhaddith? 1 second. Who is the muhaddith that weakened this?
I'm going to pull up on the screen 1 second.
Yeah, so that's what I'm referring to. I don't know why we're still going into this. Even if I don't give you a muhaddith, we could still go through ICMA. I don't know what type of benefit this has, because I'd actually rather like go through something that everyone like understands than giving proof that only you would understand than me. It's basically going to be irrelevant. Now, if you might pull up the other screenshot that I just pulled up, it's actually going to be giving the it's actually going to be giving the proof that I'm going to be referring to. Like if you look at how do you say that, the diagram, it goes like forth, like it widens. Those are all the different people that took, and when we only see one common link. So by that logic,
It is Sunan Abi Dawood, volume
My
6, page 362.
It's hard to talk to you, bro. I'm
Okay.
trying to
I'm giving you the source you asked for.
Yeah. So where does he say? Okay. So what did you say?
It's
1 second. I'm gonna bring up
put
the
it on
source.
the screen, Justin.
Yep, 1 second.
And by the way, that's only going to be the source of like Abu Dawood. So I don't get what that's going to be referring to.
Is it
Abu
the
Dawood
top
is
part
also
that
one of
you
Where is
need?
the primary source that says that this is authentic?
Yeah, so what is
can
going
you
to be
scroll
a
down to
source?
the
1 second.
volume?
1 second.
Kitab Sunan Abi Dawood.
1
Can
second.
you scroll
When
down?
is the Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Scroll down, Justin.
Yeah.
Volume 6, page 362. Kitab al-Malah.
What am I supposed to see? I don't see it. Does it
This
say
is
that
the
it's
top
done?
of the page where it says, could you go back to the previous screenshot?
Oh yeah. This one that we just had open.
No,
Hold on,
where
I
is it
gotta-
on this source? I mean,
Because it is, you realize that there's a limit for screenshots. You can't take a screenshot of the entire page. So I have to take it over 2 screenshots.
so I get that. So why didn't you send him the screenshot? Oh, so this is the second screenshot. When you scroll down, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes.
Fuck,
This
I
is
keep putting the notepad
Okay.
up rather than
Underneath the hadith.
the browser. There we go.
That's
So,
weird
yeah.
because I'm like 99% sure that first of all Abu Dawud doesn't give his own isnad critique, so that's gonna be weird. No problem. Even though if he does,
Could you zoom in on the part where the beginning of the text?
نعم إسناده ضعيف. So what is gonna be your point?
So my point is, can you just show me where does Al-Albani primarily say, like where's the primary source of Al-Albani saying this is Hassan?
So
I'm not
first
saying
of
he
all,
didn't. I'm
like,
asking you
this
where
guy-
because I cannot find it.
Like I don't know why you're just like boring me like to eternity. Like when I need to search up an entire like you know that I'm a phone. I'm
on
presenting
a
an
phone
argument.
too.
I'm trying, like, can I speak, bro? Yeah, you're not trying to talk to everyone here and trying to make them understand what you're saying.
But I'm
Like, I
asking for the
know that if
source.
bruv, I could go 10 minutes and I could bring you the source. That's not going to be the problem. The problem is that if I can prove through another way that this hadith is to be taken upon face value, then what is going to be your point except for a muhaddith validating it? Secondly, can't I
Because
do?
I
Can't I
would
validate?
take a
One
scholar's
second.
opinion
One
above
second.
yours. You having an ijazah does not make you a scholar. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
not gonna
get
take
that.
you.
However, it doesn't make me fit to give a verdict upon that. I hope you
It doesn't
understand
make
that.
you fit to do that either. No.
It does actually.
No, it doesn't.
So could you bring any Islamic source that says that I can't?
No, because I'm on my phone and I don't want to go for 10 minutes.
Exactly, that's what I'm referring to. So when I'm going to be making my point, how about you just listen to the ICMA critique and then just say that it's weak or not? Even though if you want to concede that it's weak, you still need to concede that according to history, that's going to have a common link. So if I can now
Sure, let's just assume it is correct and move on. How about that?
like you're not assuming anything here. I'm bringing evidence, and even
Sure,
if you
but
don't
again,
take the verdict,
let's assume it is
I don't know
correct.
why you're saying
Let's
that.
assume the scholars that I brought up that said it is weak, they're wrong and you're right, and we're just gonna move on.
My
Is that
lord,
okay?
first of all, the scholars that you brought up is only for the specific narration of Sunan Abi Dawud. I hope
No,
you
no, no. This
understand
was also the narration of
So
Musnad Ahmad.
you don't, yeah, that's also the narration of Musnad Ahmad. You left out Ibn Hibban, Musannaf ibn Abi
Sure,
Shaybah,
and I
Musannaf
asked you to show me.
al-Razzaq.
Sure, but I asked you to show me.
One
Again,
second.
I asked Habibi.
Like, why are you talking through me, bro?
Because
Like,
again, I
I don't
asked you to show me a
understand.
source of anyone besides yourself saying it is correct.
You see, guys, this guy does not let me talk, and it's primarily because he knows that he's wrong, but it's no problem.
Well,
Like,
we were
I know I'm
actually.
wrong. I know
I
I'm
think
wrong.
we're all waiting
Yeah.
for you to bring
the
some
source.
sort of source for why this is authentic.
Yeah,
Like,
so
he
if
said
you
he's
pull
gonna
up
do it
my
himself.
screenshot, one second.
Again,
If you pull up
Habibi,
my
Habibi.
screenshot,
Before
if
you
you pull
continue,
up my,
just give me a second, please.
my lord, it's
Just
so hard to talk to these guys.
Just Justin and Ian and Quanta. Am I being unfair asking for a source of a scholar agreeing with him?
No,
That's incredibly
Is
fair.
that an unfair ask?
I'd love to see one.
Okay. One second. The Sunnah.com, a website which
Sunnah.com
I
is not a
accept and
scholar,
which I take it. One second. Oh wait, who is the author of Sunnah.com?
I don't know.
That's
The guy
exactly
who
the
knows
point.
who's known to lie.
Is the owner of him? Is it Muhammad al-Munajjid?
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, so it's gonna be Muhammad al-Munajjid, and he's a scholar. So you're gonna
again,
need to take.
sure,
So when he gives the verdict, one second. When he
Sunnah.com
says,
is known to lie, and you know it.
and now he says it's
They
known
do,
to
yes.
lie. Subhanallah amma yasifun.
Yeah,
Like
they're
I
known to
bring
lie,
this
yes.
guy verification. Like, yo, James, could you just like please
For
put forward
example,
the screenshot?
how
Like, why
do
do
you
you,
translate
why does this guy
how do
not
you
let me
tra-
speak? Like, do you have
how
like
do you
an
tra-
orgy of letting people speak?
It is not about that. Again, I'm
Like,
asking
I
you for a
don't
source. Your
interrupt
source
you.
is a
when-
website.
Yeah, and I'm
Again,
don't.
where
one
is the
second.
primary source?
I'm not
Where did you
interrupting
get
you
this
when you
information
talk.
from?
So one second. If Muhammad
are, but sure.
al-Munajjid, if Muhammad al-Munajjid says, you know what, I'm actually gonna take my PC. Okay, yo, I'm gonna go out of my screen. If I bring you the source, you're gonna concede that it's Hassan,
Abu
right?
Albani, yes. Yes, that's
Okay.
all I'm asking.
No, not
Show
all
me Abu
Albani.
Albani.
Anyone that says it's Hassan. You're gonna concede, right?
Any random person that says it's Hassan.
Okay, no. Any random muhaddith that says it's Hassan, it's gonna be correct, right?
Any random muhaddith.
Muhaddith, yeah, one of the ones that are canonical that we accept.
Again, if sure, but your claim was
Okay.
Al-Albani, but go ahead.
And just to be clear, I'm looking at the founder's profile, Hamza Hanif. He has no education. His education is Aylesbury Grammar School and Clitheroe Royal Grammar School and sixth form. He doesn't
Justin,
have.
this is the same website, just for context. Ian and Justin, this is the same website that translated pain into a touch that I felt or whatever.
Yeah,
no, I remember that.
true.
Which is why I don't trust it. That's
So
it.
I don't even know why we think this person is a scholar.
And also, they translated aqiltu, which means that I have been able to understand, to be like the word, which means I understood, was able to remember, etc. They translated that as the age of menstruation. The fuck?
Yeah, you're not gonna be lying. They didn't do that. So they basically said
They
it's
did.
gonna be.
They did.
One second.
They did. They
No,
did.
they
Go get the
translated that
source, but they
literally
did
as
that
the
on
age of
the show.
intelligence. Go check it. It's Bukhari
No,
5.
it was before.
Yeah.
Before that, it was the age
No,
of
I know
puberty,
which hadith
and then
you're
they
referring
changed
to,
it.
bro. Why are you
They
lying
changed
upon
it on the website.
And
They
now
did
he's
change it on the
changing it.
website.
You see, he's changed
No,
his
I can show
standpoint.
it to
Now
you.
it's
I can
changed.
show it to you.
So
They
first
did
it was a
change
lie,
it.
now it's changed. Yeah, you're called,
Yes,
bro.
they did change it. They did change it. There's screenshots of this. Before they were called out on it, they had it on the screen, or on the website as before I attained the age of puberty, and then they changed it to the age of intelligence. And both are wrong. This is just known.
Do you know what he's going to find?
The claim was that he's going to find Al-Albani saying that this is Hassan, then he changed it to finding any random scholar saying
No, I
it's
said
Hassan.
any muhaddith.
Yeah.
And wait, stay on the screen. Stay on the stay on the screen. Justin, can you put what I sent to you on the screen? Just to show him
Yep.
what the website is saying. Because it is saying the age of puberty, translated aqiltu as age of puberty, which is a simple, blatant lie. Then they
Yeah,
changed
I
it
got
on the website to age of intelligence, which is also a lie. Because they have the same hadith in a different riwayah, translated as remembered. It is on the screen.
So this is the screenshot right here. And
Where they're
let's see.
mistranslating things, lying, etc.
Yep. It says, I attained the age of puberty. And then, well, that's the original. He's saying that the new one doesn't say puberty.
If you go check it now, it's going to say the age of intelligence. Both translations are wrong, but I'm showing you that they had a faulty translation in the past. They changed it to a less faulty translation, and they have a different translation of the same passage in a different place in which it is translated correctly. It is no 476.
Oh, 476. I got the numbers switched up. Oh, fuck. I got too many. Okay. We're going to get there eventually. Holy shit. There we go. So it says now...
The age of intelligence.
Yeah, the age of intelligence. So they changed it. We could
Which is
also
still wrong.
we could also just use archive.org to verify it. Let's see. Archive.org. We'll use the Wayback Machine. Put in the URL. And this will check it, say in 2020. We'll do 2024 is fine. It probably was it changed recently?
No, go back to 2021. Yeah, it was recent.
2021.
Go back to 2021.
Okay,
Maybe.
we got 2021 here. It's loading. Archive.org is a little bit slow, but they have saved like every website in existence almost.
The point is
All right.
that Sunnah.com is not a trustworthy source.
Yeah, so here is from 2001 from archive.org, and it says exactly what the screenshot says. It says, I attained the age of puberty. So they absolutely changed it to lie.
And they lie. And if you go to a different narration of the same hadith in a different chapter of the book, it is translated as, I have not remembered my parents, instead of the age of puberty. Where did the word age go? Where did the word puberty go? The same wording in Arabic translated differently.
I guess he's still
So I'm not
looking
going to
for a
trust the
source.
right now. I don't think he's going to find it because I haven't found the book. So. But even granting that, even if you grant it, one specific prophecy would not randomly go against all of the false things within the Quran and the Hadith. So how are you doing, Ian Quant?
Doing well, doing well. Wait, so okay, wait, what's the prophecy supposed to? I guess I'm like trying to track.
It's supposed to prophesize the Mongols.
found it.
What is the book?
سوين الأرناؤوط نعم سوين التحقيق بالأرناؤوط he mentions this نعم so in the تحقيق بالأرناؤوط volume 6 page 363 I think. If you put me big real quick, could you put me big screen real quick?
Maybe one of them. I don't know.
Oh wait, Justin's gone.
We can't make you big because you're on TikTok. You'd have to be on the YouTube link for that to happen. Because
I'll just send it to Ian then, okay?
You can send it to Ian. You know, send it to me. Yeah.
That's fine. Yep, send it over.
Oh, what a slog.
I mean, I get it. This is
You
like
see,
really
you see how much
niche.
time this took, and I just
is
brought him the tahqiq. Like, put it on the
What
screen.
is
really
تحقيق
niche.
الأرناؤوط page? Volume 6, page what?
It's, 362, I think.
Okay, I sent it.
Okay, that's why I was saying. I mean, it's to save time. We can literally just grant the hadith because I don't think it matters if this.
Like, you even know why?
If
One
this,
second. Do you know
I
why
don't
even
think
the
this.
people?
Well, why are you interrupting
Like,
me?
if I may,
I'm not interrupting you.
I'm sorry. Go
I
ahead.
just I
It's
don't
because
think it
of that guy,
matters.
Ams.
I don't think it matters if it's authentic or not.
Could you like scroll down?
Sure.
Yeah, and if you look at there, it says بإسناد لا بأس به في المتابعات عن ربيع ibn. So he says that it's like, if you check what he says there, he literally says that the hadith in Ibn Abi Shaybah from Amr ibn al-As comes with a chain in which it's like acceptable.
Ibn Shaybah?
نعم.
So not the
Ibn Abi
that is the
Shaybah.
one. That is the one that is.
And you now
is
see
Hasan.
how he's changing the goalpost. We're
I didn't
referring to the
change anything.
hadith. He's referring to the specific Abu Dawood narration. I'm
didn't
saying
change
if I
anything.
find one
I
second,
didn't
I'll
change
repeat.
anything.
I'll
You didn't let
repeat
me
my
speak.
claim.
You didn't
I'll
let me
repeat my
speak.
claim.
You don't
Okay,
even know
go
what I'm
ahead.
gonna say. I'm just confirming that you're talking about the one in Ibn Abi Shaybah. That's all. I'm just confirming.
Yeah, and not only that one. If we do Jum'at Turuq of the other ones, it's going to be Hasan, like on its own, like because the one in Ibn Abi Shaybah is coming with a Hasan isnad. And I could even go way further. Like, you know what the problem even is with the isnad? The problem that they bring with the isnad is Muhammad ibn Sirin. No, it's Sa'd ibn Abi Waqas or Sa'd ibn Juhman, which is the absolute first point of my isnad matan analysis critique. So if you just listen to that, we would have came to the same point. Now we've just wasted 50 minutes for nothing. But now that we considered that it is at least Hasan, could we now at least go back to the hadith and give a bit more explanation?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm interested. I want to know.
Yeah, I think Ems has something to say, but I don't care if it's authentic or not.
Like, I don't get it. It's like just so fruitless.
I mean, to be sure, like normally.
Wait, could you bring it back up? Just a second.
Yeah, hold on.
He says bring it back.
You got it from Kitab Online, right?
Yeah, from Shamla.
Okay. Could you pull up the screenshot I sent you?
Oh, you sent a new one. All right, hold on.
I'm aware that the ones before it, by the way, classified it as da'if. I never objected to that. But he said that the narration is brought with a Hasan chain in the one of Ibn Abi Shaybah.
He said, نقله بذلك من أهل الكتاب. Am I reading that right?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Could you explain that to me?
Yeah, نقله, yeah, what does that mean? He said he got it from a kitabi.
No. من أهل الكتاب. That is what it says.
Yeah, what
from
is
the
the
people
problem
of the
with
book. I'm
Yeah,
asking, what does that mean?
with it?
What does that mean?
Yeah, no problem. Even if it
I'm asking you.
narrates.
No, I'm asking what does it mean? I just want to understand. Maybe
I have
I'm
no
misunderstanding
clue,
this.
but if I must take it upon the zahir, it's simply going to say that it comes from a Jew or a Christian, which still at this point is not going to be a problem because you said, why do you not, one second, please. Just a second, please. Don't go through, like, just at least let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me at least finish.
Go ahead, finish.
That was not the objection at hand. The objection at hand was bring me one scholar that
one
gave
second.
it a tahqiq of at least Hasan. Now I
one
gave
second.
it to you.
No, wait, 1 second. Since when do you take a narration from a Jew or a Christian?
Yeah, so even if I don't with tawatur, I can.
Really? So where's the riwayah that is mutawatira?
I'm not saying that it's mutawatir. I'm just saying it
is
can
not.
be that case.
Then it is not mutawatira.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it can be
just
in that
Ian,
case.
just a second. So what happened here is he brought a narration that is taken from a Jew or a Christian.
That's
and
not true.
It literally says min ahli kitab. The riwayah is from ahli kitab. The people of the book.
One
It is
second.
automatically rejected.
My lord. Okay, wait. I need you to give me one answer. Is the witnessing of a Jewish guy or a Christian guy accepted in Islam?
Say that again.
Is the narration is like the testifying of a Jewish or a Christian guy allowed in Islam or like accepted by the
In
Faqih?
hadith, no. In hadith, no.
I'm saying
In a
testifying in
hadith, no.
court. One second.
In a
I'm saying
hadith, no. That
why
is
are you
irrelevant.
not
In a hadith,
responding
no.
to what I'm saying?
I'm telling you, in a hadith, no, it is not related.
My
That is
lord,
what's
like
relevant.
it's like you see this guy
That's
is
what's
shifting
relevant.
goalposts each time, but could you
How am I
please
shifting
respond to what I'm
goalposts?
saying?
Wait,
Yeah, the
wait.
first thing that you asked me,
You brought the narration. You brought a
why are you
narration from a
talking
Jew or a
through me?
Christian. Because
One
again, you're
second.
lying. Because you're
No
simply lying.
problem. One
Again, you
second.
brought a narration. Just
So
mute
one
him at this
second.
point.
One second.
You
Let's
brought a
even say.
narration. Again,
Oh my
Habibi,
God.
you brought a narration from a Jew or a Christian, knowing full well if you have an ijazah, you should know that this is automatically rejected. Automatically rejected. And you're bringing it up. You're trying
Are
to
you
push
finished?
it. And you didn't even read the point where it said Ahl Kitab.
Are you
You
finished?
simply ignored that part.
Are you
Intentionally.
finished? Are you finished? So I'm just gonna be asking you one more time. What was your question to me before I went
Well,
looking up?
can
And
we
be honest.
can we fast forward here? So here's where we're at. All right, we
I'll
have a
repeat his
hadith.
question. No, because this is
No,
unfair.
no,
His
yes.
question was-
Yes. We're gonna move
Bro.
on. Okay, so here's where we're at. You brought a hadith. The source of the hadith is in question. The validity of the
It
hadith
isn't.
is in question. Whether or not it's a strong hadith is in question. I don't care about any of those things. At this point, by looking at what we've looked at, it seems like Ems is correct. However, I'm willing to set aside that this is a weak hadith so we can get on to the real stuff. You can tell me how it was actually fulfilled and whether or not that's meaningful. Because everyone here would like to see how this is meaningful.
I will. I actually will. And that was actually what I wanted to do. I wanted to leave this alone. But you let him get it back. I want to see if you're honest at least, James. Did he ask me for one
who are
scholar
you calling James?
that graded Hassan? You. Isn't your name James?
It's Justin.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, bro. I misheard that. So,
All right.
Justin, I want to see if you're honest. Was his question to bring me one scholar that said that it came with a Hassan narration? Like,
It didn't
Yeah.
say
acceptable?
It said La Ba'sa Bi. It
He
said
asked
La
for a
Ba'sa Bi
and he
scholar.
said yes.
And
Okay,
it said,
one second.
wait, and it said that it came
One
from Ahl
second.
Kitab, which automatically disqualifies the hadith.
But did he say it's 1 second? Did he say it's acceptable? It's qabul.
It said بإسناد لا بأس به, like in the hadith
Okay, so
itself,
there's
it's not
no
sahih.
problem with. Okay,
No,
thank you. There's no
no.
problem
The
with
hadith
it.
does not.
Wait,
You think
man.
you think that isnad
Hey,
itself
man.
is the only category?
You see how he just refuted himself? Like this is. What
I
mean.
didn't.
I think I'd rather
Justin, you can-
eat like
you can
shards of
simply-
glass than
What did you say?
I think I'd rather eat
So for
shards of
anybody-
glass than keep on.
Like I don't get
listening.
it. It's like so fruitless.
It is not fruitless.
yeah,
you're
I
just
just wanna
simply
talk
lying.
about,
I
like,
just
the
refuted
substance,
you,
maybe.
and you still didn't
Let's-
concede because you're dishonest. Okay, now let's get
go
back
ahead.
let's get back to the substance. So if we could get back to the entire thing, I hope one of you had at least been researching through this weird discussion. However, so when you look at Al-Basra, when it was first put up, or when it was first when the people started Basra, it was under Christian rule. If you just check the Wikipedia page,
We don't know
you
what
just
that is.
Google it.
You have to start using words that we know.
Basra
We
is the
don't know
name
what-
of a city.
w-
Basra
Okay,
is the
we
name
don't.
of a city.
Okay,
Yeah, it's
gotcha.
like a city in
You can
Iraq
just
is what I looked.
Like just Wikipedia it. Like you'll see that it's under Christian rule, and you see that I think it was 11 Muslims during the lifetime of the Prophet ﷺ, or rightly after his death, went there to migrate from the attackers in Medina. So when they went there, they started from nothing. They went with 63 after they heard that they were with 63 people after a few generations. After they heard that it was safe again in Medina, they went back. The entire point that I'm getting through is they were under Christian rule. It was so weird, and it was something that you would never expect to be a Muslim rule.
Why?
Eventually what happened, as I'm just saying, because it was under Christian rule, and the Muslims at
But-
that time that came to Basra.
But
were
why
with,
would
like a
but why
very
would we
small group.
expect that Muslims wouldn't be able to take control of it?
No, what I'm saying is it's like basically making a prophecy of something like that isn't apparent. What I'm saying is just that it's very specific. It's like me, for example, saying today that I'm gonna conquer, I don't know, Slovakia tomorrow, and I do. Like it's gonna be very specific. That's the point that I'm referencing. So it would not be apparent from what I'm just saying. That's my point.
I don't
So when the
agree.
prophets,
Except
Okay.
that this hadith
Go
would
ahead.
have been written at the time where Basra was Muslim. But sure.
my lord, sure. So did you just not concede to what I said, bro?
What did you say?
that I brought one Hassan narration
No,
that
you
I can
didn't.
go with
You
Isnad.
didn't.
One second.
You
One
didn't.
second.
But that is not the
My
point.
lord, it's
That is
so
not the
hard to
point.
talk with this
Again,
guy.
because you're not listening.
Like this
Maybe
guy
you are.
usually let me talk out, but
Again,
today I
because
don't
you're
know
not
why he's
listening.
stressing,
Because you're
bro.
not listening. Again, I didn't mention the authenticity of the hadith right now. I said the hadith in the narrations that are written of the hadith would have been written at a time in which Basra was Muslim.
Okay, let me ask you just one question.
Uh-huh.
Why are most of the people saying that the hadith is weak? Because of which person do you know?
I don't know.
It's Sa'd. It's Sa'd ibn Juhman, I think it is.
That is irrelevant because we're past this point.
No,
I don't want
no,
to go back to
one
it.
second. No,
Go ahead.
I'm going to tell you why it wouldn't be written at the time of Basra. When did Sa'd ibn Juhman live? Before or after Basra?
I don't know.
He lived before.
Mhm.
So how could you say that the da'af in the chain, the weakness in the
It
chain,
is not
would be
about,
written afterwards?
Habibi, it is not about the transmitters of the hadith. It is about when it was written and collected on paper.
Yeah, so when was it written by Abu Dawood?
Definitely during the time of Basra was Muslim.
Okay, now you're making another objection to the Islam, to the Islamic
Not
hadith
to the
system.
isnad. It is not to the
I'm saying
Islamic
to the
hadith
Islamic
system.
hadith system.
It is not to the Islamic hadith system again.
Okay,
You're
so what
saying
is
that
gonna?
this
the
would have
point that you
predated.
made.
You're saying this would have predated the actual opening of Basra, which you'd have to prove that this actual narration existed before then. You only know that
Yeah,
it.
I actually can. That's no
Go
problem.
ahead. Go
Could you
ahead.
put back the screenshot that I put up earlier?
Well, I'm looking at this city location, right? It says some of my
It's an
people
Iraq.
will alight on low-lying ground, which they'll call Al Basra, and you're saying that that's let's say an unexpected turn of events that they did that, right?
Yeah, that they went there,
Okay.
made up their camp,
And
and that they
it's
could like expand
and
it.
it's
Like that's not.
and
Wait,
it's
one second, if I
unexpected
may.
because it was ruled by Christians, you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Like, just let me finish. Like, if you keep reading a bit further, it says that it's going to be the capital of the Muslims. Now, no one would. This is the specific point that I'm going to reference. Like something that was under great Christian rule, you would never expect to be
But-
the capital of the Muslims. In
Well,
such
that's
short
what I
period of
said.
time.
It's unexpected because it was ruled by Christians at the time.
Yeah, that's not
Okay.
what makes it unexpected, bro. You like at least bring my point over correctly. The thing that makes it unexpected is that it's under Christian rule and that
That's
it
what I
eventually
said.
became. Yeah, like listen to what I'm saying. That it eventually became the capital of the Muslims.
That's not hard to do. Making a city capital is not
Like I
hard
don't
at
know
all.
what it is, bro.
So
Since Ems
what
came
I'm
here, he ruined the convo, and these guys like.
no,
I
well,
don't
you're
know what
not,
is
you're
happening
not,
to you
you're
guys.
not focusing. I need you to actually focus on your words. So you said it's
Yeah, and I'm
unexpected that
correcting
this
what
would
you say.
become, and now I have to mute you. I don't know why you keep talking over me. You said on multiple occasions that this is something that would be unexpected to happen because it was a Christian ruled location. So it would be unexpected that it would become a capital of Muslim people. Now, this is not
Thank
unexpected
you.
to
That
me,
is
and
my correct point.
and I looked it up. This city did not exist when Muhammad was alive.
No, I get the name Basra did not exist, but before that, the
Justin,
region was inhabited by Christians. I hope you understand that.
yes. Just 1 second, Justin. Can you look up when Basra was the capital of the Umayyads?
Yeah.
I think it's like at the end of the 11th century.
I'm not sure. I'm
Might be.
actually like curious, so I want to see when that happened.
Because like Baghdad.
What exactly do you mean by capital?
Yeah, by capital
where
it's gonna be the
caliph
capital.
was living or something.
Capital is gonna be the place. Like when we're gonna be referring to a country, each country has a capital. It's what it's gonna be known for. It's gonna be what it's like produced of. Like when you refer to a specific country, you would instantly know that city for its how do you say that? For its fame.
It's just a primary city then.
Yeah, it's just going to be a primary city from which from which you would refer if you are referring to that country.
But when was that capital though? Like at all?
Yeah, you could ask him. He's googling.
Starting in 638 by Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab as a military garrison.
No, not when it started.
When it became
like
a
when
capital.
it was capital. And it's Baghdad that became capital. Bab al-Basra is like how do you say that? It's what it was known for. I should have taken my PC, bro. That would have worked way faster.
It wouldn't have helped you. So it says Basra was first elevated
No,
to the
it's just like
administrative
fasting.
capital of a distinct Ottoman province in
Province.
1547.
What? That's not what I'm referring to, bro.
Then nobody knows what you're referring to. You're not
No,
communicating
so-
clearly.
Are you?
Thing
One
to-
second.
well,
Are you
I-
asking AI at this point?
I looked it up and I do not find any reference of Basra being a capital at all.
It's referring to Baghdad. So if you heard to
So
what I just
when
said,
it is saying
Babul
Basra, it is
Basra,
referring to Baghdad.
No. So do you know what Baghdad is?
Do you know what Iraq is?
I know what Iraq is, but I'm asking
Yeah.
you the question. So do you know what Baghdad is?
Yeah, it's a city in
Yeah.
Iraq.
Do you know what Babul Basra is?
No, I don't. What is Babel Basra?
Yeah, Babul Basra is why
Mhm.
Baghdad is known for. It is the bank of the river at which there was a great port in which you would enter the city of the capital of the Muslims. That's why people used to refer to
So-
Baghdad as Basra.
So when he says Basra, he's not actually referring to Basra, he's referring to Baghdad.
That's not what I said.
Uh-huh.
Like, for example, like just try to track what I said, or at
Okay.
least could you at least repeat my repeat my
You said
argument so I know that
you
you're
said
actually
that
listening.
when Muslims were coming into Baghdad, they would pass over the Bab al Basra, and that's why they used to call Baghdad al Basra. Did I
Yeah,
understand
so you see,
correctly?
you're not even listening to what I'm saying. At least try your best. So
Okay,
what
go
I'm
ahead.
saying is, I'll repeat it one
Yeah.
more time.
Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, Babul Basra is the spot at the bank of the
So-
river at which these town. Can I?
Reflandis, I just want to pause.
Yeah.
We literally have 17 minutes
Whoa.
left in the show. So you need to be very clear about your wording so we don't have to go back and forth about poor wording. So I show from Wikipedia that it was inhabited by Christians from the 5th century to the 9th century. So it was after the 9th century that it became a Muslim stronghold. But it
So
didn't
that's referring to my point.
it didn't
But it wasn't a
happen
capital.
until the 1500s.
It didn't what? What didn't happen until the 1500s?
Becoming a capital city.
According to who? Like, what is the source that Wikipedia cites first of
the
all? Because I
Ottoman-
think you're talking about Ottoman rule.
The Ottoman Empire,
Yeah.
yeah.
So how could it be the capital? How could it be the capital of the Muslims when Muslims
You're-
is generally referring to what is
you
it
already
called?
told me
The
it just
Islamic
means
golden
it-
age.
You already told me it doesn't mean a capital city. It just means a large primary city. So
That's
don't
also not what I meant.
don't change
Like,
your
bro, why
definitions
do you-
now. That's why I asked
My
you,
lord,
what do
why
you
do
mean
you
by
s-
capital?
Like, do you guys have a sickness of strawmanning? Like, just try
No,
to
I-
actually listen to what
I
I'm saying,
literally
please,
asked
for
you
God's sake.
what you meant by capital. And you told us
Just
that it doesn't mean that it's a capital city, it's just a large primary city.
So first of all, I did not say that, or I don't
You
remember of me saying
Raise
that.
your
You
hand
can
if
try
you
this.
if you heard him say that.
You did say that.
Yeah, so why would I take that, bro? Yeah, no problem. So as I was
Okay.
saying, getting back to the point.
So
Can I
I just want to
so
I want to fast forward this because you're really slow and you're a bad communicator. Okay, so
No,
this
it was
city
actually
this
Oh my
city
God.
this city didn't become like what do you call a primary city of the Islamic world until the 1500s, and it happened because the population living there both moved away and also got slaughtered. So to me, this is not special. If sometime in the 16th century or anytime after the 9th century, when the Muslim rule was expanding and basically killing everybody that didn't convert, I'm not shocked that they knew about possibly this prediction, even if it, but assume it happened. It wouldn't be hard at all for someone to take this city after they've conquered the whole region and say, hey, let's make this a primary city because look at this hadith. This is just a self-fulfilling
by the
prophecy.
way-
And you started out the beginning of the conversation saying that you're going to nullify the idea that it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, and you didn't do it. So now we're at a point where we've literally got 15 minutes left in the show. And I don't know if it's worthwhile to continue this conversation because what you got to at the end of this conversation negates what you started with.
Can I talk now without being interrupted, please?
Maybe.
Thanks. So what I'm first of all saying, like basically you putting up the blame on me, that's not my fault. I wanted to move upon the hadith, criticizing directly, but you brought up Ems and that's his doing. So for that account, no, I don't take that. For the second point, I would get to the point of self-fulfilling prophecy, but we didn't even get to Basra yet. So how do you want me to jump to that? Let's first start with Basra itself. You said that Basra, according to my definition, the capital of the Muslims just means one large population of the Muslims, correct? Or just a city in which a lot of the inhabitants of the Muslims live.
Well, that's what I said, and then you told me that I was straw manning you.
Okay, no problem. But according to the majority of the people here, because I saw everyone's hands going up, I was mistaken, and I did actually say that, correct?
This clown has been up here for an hour and 32 minutes and hasn't once
You
said
see this?
anything truthful.
And he goes to the homonyms. Oh, this
Yeah,
is so
no,
easy.
it's just an insult, because everything
Like, I
you've
don't
brought
get it.
up so
Whenever I
far
talk to an atheist,
has been a lie, and you do nothing
Mhm.
but contradict yourself at every turn. It's not worth continuing
Ian,
this
could you-
conversation, which is why
Ian,
I'm
could you send?
dumping you right fucking now. Not doing one more minute of this.
By the way, the
Valid.
reason I was stuck on the validity of the hadith is because if it is weak, it's automatically thrown out. Like, you don't even look at it.
Right. Well, that's
'Cause
the thing.
If it is weak, like,
Well,
it's, he used, like, the reference he brought up, like, he's so dishonest that he didn't even read where it said Ahl Kitab while he was reading out from the screen. Because I
Right,
didn't even
but-
like realize what it said until I read it myself. Because it
Wait,
said
do we
that
want
it
to
was
do we
taken
want to try
from
to give like
narration of
another
the
guest, or what do we want to try to do?
We can do a short one. But my
Yeah,
point is this:
please.
everyone listening saw that it was not authentic. We all saw it. He was never going to admit it. Not a single minute was he going to concede on whether it was authentic, which is why I wanted so badly to move on, so we can demonstrate that it doesn't matter if it's authentic or not. Anything in here is just
I hate historical
self-fulfilling.
arguments. I just hate
Yeah.
historical arguments.
That's
Could have just
okay.
went to something like more.
But he would never concede on it, right? And you had already proved the point. The audience was with us. You already proved the point. There was no point in trying to get him to concede, because you know this guy. He's never going to concede.
Phil Bros. Sorry.
Yeah. But hey, buddy, thanks for being here. Love you, man.
Thank you. Have a good day. Bye bye.
All right, we got time for one more guest. It'll have to be a short one. I apologize. I'm on a schedule today, but I think Jacob was next in, so we'll try Jacob. Welcome in, Jacob. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I am.
Cool. And what God do you believe in?
I'm an agnostic atheist.
Oh. All right. Well, then I guess we'll get the next guest in line. Key was next in line. Welcome in, Key. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Hi, yes, I'm 35, and I do believe in God.
Sure. Which God?
God of the Bible, I would say.
Okay, so you're a Christian. Cool. What do you think is the best or most convincing argument for the Christian God?
I'm gonna keep it short and sweet today, and I'm gonna just say, to be honest, when you think of, well, I shouldn't say that. Okay, so God is considered to be a being of authority. So if you were to have to say, I don't believe in God, it would be my understanding that the next best thing that you have to do is to say that if I'm not under God's authority, I'm under man's authority.
Or maybe that's not a thing. A collective authority of all human beings doesn't exist. I could say I'm under the authority of like the governmental structure that grants me particular rights, but that doesn't mean that like there's a human authority that governs all humans.
And just because you don't like the alternative doesn't necessarily mean it's true, even if that was the case.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's my reasoning, is that when you understand God is supposed to be a God of authority, and you say if God is not your authority, then you have to go next to human beings. And to be honest, I'm never going to concede to human beings to be my highest authority.
Do you pay taxes?
I'm not going to do that.
Do you pay taxes?
Yeah.
So the government is your authority.
But I mean, as a human being, living my human experience and seeing the things that humans do, something about power and authority makes human beings turn into this grotesque version of themselves. I cannot.
You should see the things that God does.
Yeah, God's
But
authority is grotesque.
what about all the things that people do in the name of science? It's
Did
also
you
disgusting.
did you see when God like murdered all kinds of babies and then punished the Israelites by cannibalizing their children?
I understand it, but again, when you go to the other side and say what are the things that human beings have done in the name of science is also disgusting.
So what?
The terrible things people
What's
have
that got to do with
done in the name
anything?
of science
Listen, you don't have to like
because of
humans. The question is whether or not
because
God
of
exists, not whether or not you like humans.
Yeah, scientists aren't all good.
that is my basis is
Why
that
can't
if
I say
you
that like cats are the ultimate authority?
Or like logic.
why would you, because a cat isn't even your same being. They're that
Neither is
like that
God.
wouldn't be your next go-to in authority if it
Why
wasn't.
not?
I mean, you can do that, but a cat doesn't even understand your existence for you to even go to that as something
Well, if you
of
don't like
authority. It's
humans,
not.
then why not cats?
I mean, you could. There are people that do that, but that's just what I'm thinking of
Awesome.
on a scale as a human
Well, let's just
being.
do
When you
that
think
then.
of, huh?
Let's just do that then.
What? Just I mean, you listen. People do whatever they want to do. I'm sure there's somebody who does do that, but
Well, I'm saying
that's
it's
just
not
what
like
I'm
a
saying. Is that
dichotomy. You don't have to pick necessarily one or the other.
because okay, if you say that there's no higher authority than humans, then who's the next authority?
Doesn't matter.
Cats. Yeah.
Wait,
Like
sorry, wait,
It
anything.
authority
literally
to
doesn't
what? Like
matter.
authority to like knowledge or like moral authority? Like what are we talking about?
Yeah, it's like moral authority because
That
when
was
you look at
okay,
the human
sure. Moral
experience
authority.
and human beings are obviously imperfect. So
Mm-hmm.
you can't trust like when you look at the people who are in power, like either the person who's in power either just lets it get to their head and they turn into this, like they don't wield it right, or all of a sudden these random weird factions of people come out of nowhere and
Do
just
you
try to destroy you even if you do good.
do you think we as atheists accept other humans as the ultimate authority of everything?
I guess if you're saying like, do we have to
Because
have
I don't.
authority over us? Yes, because human beings can't be
I,
trusted
I, I
on their
don't.
own.
I don't say any human is the ultimate authority over everything. That's not my stance.
I mean, well, I'm just saying my stance, like in terms of like a person who has thought of like, do I want to just listen to the things that other human beings have done as authority when I see the horrible things that human beings have done? No.
But this is not about what you want. We're talking about whether or not God exists. And your desire for God to exist isn't relevant.
I mean, I do believe God exists because if I say, what do I want to be my authority as a human being, whatever that force, that being, that energy is that makes the sun come up every day, that makes
Okay,
the
so
seasons change,
if I said
that
I want
makes.
Kabubi to be my authority, does that make Kabubi real?
I mean, but
It's
we
that or
don't
humans.
know.
Kabupi
Like
or
at the end of the day,
humans.
I don't
You gotta
know.
pick.
I'm not going to ever say yes, I know exactly, but
No,
that's all I can.
does Kabubi exist though?
I don't even know what that is. Are you just saying a random word?
Kabubi is a flying camel from the Wonder Twins show.
Oh well, like I said, people can do whatever they want without knowing. Like if people decide, hey, I'm going to do this because I don't know, whatever, because people do that. But if I say like, what
Right,
is it
but
that I want to
I need you
follow?
to
It's not
answer
going
my
to be no human
question. Do you
being.
think that Kabubi exists?
A fictional character that was created? No.
Why?
That's what it sounds like what you're saying.
Why?
Because like, isn't there somebody who created
But
that? Isn't that intellectual property? A person can say, I created
they
this character.
created God too. So why does me wanting Kabubi not mean that Kabubi exists when that's all you have for your God is wanting him to exist?
I don't want him to exist. I would say that there are things that are obviously outside of humans' control. It's my understanding that humans are the last creation.
Your
also
argument
accept
was
that.
that you wanted him to exist so that you wouldn't be under the authority of humans.
Wonder Twin powers
No, I'm
activate.
saying
Form
that-
of
Fucking A.
weasel.
No, I'm saying that I believe based off of things that are real, that humans, how can there not be anything above us when the planet existed before he wasn't even here? Everything
Kabubi
happened
is.
before he even got here.
Kabubi's
I
above
mean,
us.
like, we don't deny that like natural laws existed before humans. Like gravity existed, but I don't think gravity is God.
So, but that is just what I'm saying is why I don't think that humans are, like, why I don't think that it's so weird to have a concept of something as a higher authority than us when we didn't create
Yeah, it's
nothing that's
Kabubi.
here. We just got here.
It's Kabubi.
Again, like, I feel like that's a bad example because there's
That there
literally a
being
person who can
forces
say, I
outside of
created
our
this
control
character.
doesn't necessarily mean that it has a mind.
But you know it's not us, so that suggests something outside of
Yeah,
us
it's like
that
gravity,
has.
like the strong force, not a
Yes,
god.
but we didn't make gravity. It was already there.
Right? Why would I think that it's God then?
I'm just saying, like, you don't know. Like, I'm going to be honest. Do I know for a fact? No. So you're basically asking me what
Do we
makes
have
you
any
choose
reason
to
to think that
believe
it
this,
is?
and that's what it is. What was that you said?
Do we have any reason to think that it might be?
To think that it might be what exactly?
Like created by God or whatever?
Again, I just think of the idea of God as saying, like, I'm an authority that's outside of human beings, and then when you think of the things that are real
Why would
that
we
are
think that that
outside of
exists?
humans, it's like, is it that crazy to think that?
Yeah.
I don't see a reason to think that.
So
It
it's
seems
like,
like
so
an
what is
extra
the
step that's
explanation for those things
unjustified.
that are already here, that are outside of our control, that are so
I
orderly, that are
agree with you.
so
I agree with you that there are forces
complex?
that are outside of the control of humans. That's fine. I accept that. I don't accept the extra step that there's something outside of us with a mind.
And I don't agree with that because it's so
Can you
orderly
justify
and
your
it's
stance?
so.
That's what I'm asking for.
That's all I'm saying off of my human experience. Like, I'm literally just using my human experience.
Well, we are
I'm
too.
using the things that we already know.
So are we using?
You
Yeah.
already know. We already know the planet was here. We already know the universe was here. We already know that there
I
are so many
grant
things
that.
outside of our control. We already know we're the last
Sure, I grant
creation
that. Why would
here.
I think that a god caused it?
I just, when I look at, I'm trying not to use the Bible as my reasoning.
Oh yeah, you definitely don't want to
appreciate
do
that, I
that.
guess.
That'll yeah.
I mean, that's all I can say is honestly is that I think that the fact that there are so many things that are so complex, that work, that make so much sense, that had nothing to do with us, that suggests that there
sun-
is something out there that is
So
a.
the sun, we need the sun to live, right?
Mm-hmm.
But also the radiation from the sun gives us cancer.
Yeah, but you also could put on sunscreen.
Do you
Did
think the
sunscreen only
ancient
do
people
that?
had sunscreen?
Yeah.
I think that they had ways to keep themselves protected from the sun. Yeah.
But they didn't know what caused skin cancer because it's like a thing that takes effect like 20 years after the fact.
Yeah, they had no idea.
But you're a human. You know that the sun is hot and that you
We
need
know
to
that.
protect your skin.
Well, we know
It's
that
not the heat
now.
that causes cancer.
You knew that
It's
before.
not the heat that
It's the
Anybody
causes
who
cancer.
stands in
radiation.
the sun,
Ultraviolet radiation.
you know that. You
And they
feel
didn't
it.
know that
You
ultraviolet
experience
radiation
it.
existed until like what, the 19th century, something like that.
I mean, like,
18th,
humans are
19th?
humans. Like, no, you don't know it causes cancer, but you feel the sun on your skin. You know you get hot. You know you're sweating, and you know I need
That's
to get
not
out the sun.
But none
that's
of
not
those
the thing
things
that
cause
causes
cancer.
And besides, like, people,
No, I mean, like,
especially
that's
in
what
ancient times,
causes
need to
you
be
to
out in the sun
say
for a
I need
long
to
period
cover
of
my
time to
skin.
like farm.
Well, I lost the point of why we're saying that
If a
anyway. So
god
what are we?
created this,
Why
it
are we
would just
saying
be
that?
so easy to make the sun not emit UV radiation. Just Thanos snap all that UV away.
But I don't think that the sun is inherently bad just because
It
you
could be
have an
better.
easy way to cover your skin.
Well-
Like, it would be so easy. You could just put on clothes. You could put on a hat. You could go in the
But
shade.
they
It
didn't
doesn't
know
make
that the
sun
sun
bad.
caused cancer. This is a modern development. Like within our grandfather's lifetimes, we discovered this.
I'm not talking about like sunburns. I'm talking about cancer.
Yes, but cancer is something that you get, like you said, over decades of time of exposure.
But
over
they
and over
didn't know
again.
that. We just discovered it.
I mean, that's true, but like I said, there's also, like, people weren't stupid. You know, you don't stay in the sun all day.
They
Why?
didn't know
Like,
what cancer even was.
yeah, but
It was a
I'm talking
mysterious
about
illness.
I'm talking about, but you're a human. You know, like if I stood out in the sun all day and I got burned, maybe I shouldn't do that every day.
It's not. I just said it's not
Yeah.
a sunburn.
Also, not everyone gets burned. My son is Egyptian. He never burns. He not an ounce of sunscreen is necessary for him to not burn. I have to take a bath in sunscreen. So it's not true that everyone burns. There's a lot of people that spend all day in the sun and they don't burn because they've got an appropriate amount of was it melanin to inhibit the burning process. But that's not relevant. Cancer is going to get you whether you get sunburn or not. Sunburn is not the equivalent of eventually getting cancer.
Here's an even better example. Space in general is just full of cancer-causing radiation. Like, even if the sun didn't exist, people would still get cancer from just the ambient radiation surrounding the Earth. Why does that exist? Doesn't really serve any purpose.
I'm not. I'm not.
You
gonna
can't
go
shield
into,
yourself
like,
from it
why-
easily. You'd have to go like really deep underground.
I mean, I don't think that just because there are bad things that it means that there isn't a God, though. Like, you
But
might
then
be
How do you make
upset about
those? Like,
why
how do
did he
you?
do-
It's
why
it's
did
really
he do things
surprising
like
that if
this,
there
but
was
it
a
doesn't mean
God,
he's not there.
it's really surprising that God would
because it
do that
feels
if he
like-
existed, that he would allow a thing to exist like that.
I mean, because why do humans do bad things? Like, I don't know. Like, you still love
But
human beings.
humans
You
aren't-
say do
all-
bad stuff in your
yeah.
face.
Yeah, humans are not all good.
Yeah,
And
so
humans
even if
didn't
he
cause
does
the
something that you're
radiation
like,
that
that's
fills
bad,
space.
No,
It
I
doesn't
did. I
mean
did
that
cause that
it's not there.
radiation. I'm
Oh,
pumping
shit.
it out.
Damn it.
I'm pumping it out daily. Pumping out that radiation. You know, sometimes I get like a little radiation gun and I just sit at the library silently beaming it at people.
But
The
that,
photographs
I mean,
are
that
also
doesn't
be
necessarily
around
mean
you.
that just doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't a God definitively because bad things
I'm not
happen.
saying definitively. I'm saying that that's not expected. It decreases the probability.
Yeah. It's really
Like
surprising.
your argument was that everything is so intricate and like perfect for us, like the universe was designed for us. But very clearly, that's not the case. There are changes that you can make to the universe that would make it so much better.
But we have, as human beings, we're like smart enough to, like I said, to be able to see other people suffering and say, now that we know that there's cancer, let's implement these things so that people don't get cancer, so that we can care for each
Why
other. Like,
cause cancer to begin
that's
with?
also a thing too.
Like, what's the point of all that suffering? Especially before we had
suffering.
treatments for it.
Suffering, most of the argument is also that suffering also helps you understand and have gratitude for things that are
Shit.
good.
So we shouldn't stop suffering?
It does.
So we shouldn't stop people
What
from
was that?
suffering. So we shouldn't stop people from suffering is what you just said.
It's not that we shouldn't stop, is that it's something that happens in reality that we can't control. And all you can do is say,
Can God control
I'm
it?
going to do the best I can to help people to not suffer. I
Can
think
God
that
control
God
it?
is for God problems. If we have a problem that human being can solve,
I'm
then
just
why
going to
wouldn't
need
human
you to
beings
answer
solve
the
it?
question. Can God solve it?
I guess he could.
Okay, so would it be better to have cancer and learn something or to never have cancer?
I can't say that.
Well, then your argument fails.
I wouldn't say the argument
don't-
fails just
you're
because I
not-
can't tell you why God does
You're
what he
not
does. I
sure
can't
whether
tell
or not
you
it's better
why.
to have cancer or not?
Because I don't
If I had
know
a
the
button
bigger
right in front of
picture.
me
It's just like how
that
people
got
say,
rid of all this space radiation that causes cancer, I would absolutely press that. There are no downsides.
But like I said, it's because I don't know the bigger picture. Because I don't know why those things exist, I can't say for sure
It
that it
doesn't
is
seem
bad.
like they have a
I don't
reason
know
to
why it's
exist.
Wait,
That's the
so
point.
I just want to get this. I just want to get this straight. So you're saying if there's like a button in front of you, pushing that button cures cancer, it's all gone instantly. You wouldn't push that button.
Again, because I don't know why it exists in the first place, I can't say that that's the best thing to do. I don't know why it's. I don't
So
know the
should we
big
be
picture is
trying
why
to
it
cure
exists in the
cancer?
first place.
I
For me
think
to
that's
say,
like absurd that you wouldn't cure cancer if given the opportunity. Like, of course you should.
but because like I said, it's just like how people assume that death is bad, but until you really understand what it is, why it happens to you, then I can't say that because I don't know enough about it to
So
say
we
that.
shouldn't be trying to prevent
So I
deaths?
don't know why.
So we should let people die then.
I can't, like I said, if I don't know why death exists in the first
Defund
place,
all
I can't
hospitals, I
necessarily
guess.
say that it's definitely bad.
If you saw
What was that?
somebody, if you saw somebody that was getting physically accosted with a baseball bat, possibly at the edge of death, then you wouldn't call the police to try to prevent it?
Sure, I would.
Oh, why?
Because that's something that I can prevent. That's something that I can look at it and
But
say,
but you just said
okay,
you.
Why would you want to?
Yeah, you just said there's no
Part of
reason to
God's
prevent
plan,
it.
isn't it?
Yeah.
no, I didn't say that there's no reason. I said I don't know why those things exist in the first place. Of course, you just want to say it's bad, just go away. But I don't know, like, why is reality like that? I
But
don't
you
know,
said
'cause
it's
it
not
is.
bad. You said it's not bad because you
I
learned
didn't say it
something
wasn't
from
bad. I
it.
never said that. I did not
Okay,
say
so
that.
it
I
is
didn't say
bad
it
to
wasn't
die.
bad.
So it's bad to die?
Oh no, I said that because I don't know why death exists and what is the reason. It's hard for me to definitively say yes, it's bad. And
So
it's
so you don't know if
then.
because
death
I
is
don't know the
bad.
whole story.
Let's get specific. What
Because
about
you don't know what
smallpox?
happens after.
Smallpox was a
Because like,
disease that existed, and humans eradicated it fully. Should we bring it back?
I mean, actually, it is big though. But no. But like I
Why?
said,
Why did it exist
when
to
you
begin with? Why should we have gotten rid of it?
that's all I'm saying is that when you don't know why something is there, it's really hard for you to just eradicate it without knowing like why
So
was it
should
there in
we
the
have
first
not
place.
eradicated smallpox then?
No, I'm saying as human beings, yes, we should do that because we don't know better. So of
Why?
course you're going to say, hey, if somebody's
Do
suffering,
you
I'm
think
just
it
going
was
to
a
get rid of
bad
it.
decision to eradicate smallpox?
I just said no.
Do you think that was a mistake?
I just said no. But you're talking about human beings versus a being that's a god, though. So human beings, yes, we should try to stop
Who
it.
created smallpox?
I don't know where smallpox came from. Wasn't it from like some sort of mutation of something?
I mean, all life is, but supposedly you think God did it.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, if a god decided that those things are here, again, I don't know why because I'm not a god. I can't say why.
Supposedly God decided that the universe needed smallpox, and then we decided that it was better to not have to have a world without smallpox. Which of us is right?
And also because like the whole idea is
That
that
was a good question.
you know what was that?
Can you address what I just said?
Say it one more time for me, please.
God thought that the universe was better with smallpox because, supposedly he created it. Humans thought it would be better without smallpox, so we got rid of it. Which of us is right?
And so that's what I keep going back to is that because I don't know God's whole entire big picture, I can't say. But what I was
Well,
going to
either
say
he's right or
is
he's
that
wrong.
well, what I was going to say is that the whole idea of God is not about your life. It's about what happens after your life is
That's
over.
not
We are
addressing
here.
the question at all.
It is. I'm trying to say it. What
You're
Is he right or
trying to
wrong?
preach, but you don't realize that what you've said is that you don't know whether or not the elimination
Yeah.
of smallpox is good. That's crazy.
But I'm trying to
It's-
elaborate on it.
it's
I'm
pretty
trying
wild,
That's
but-
like, doesn't that just like strike you as like insane?
Friends, hey,
No, because I'm trying to
I have to
elaborate.
deeply apologize, but I have a very strict schedule today.
That's fine.
I apologize. Normally, I don't mind going over, but we gotta wrap it up.
Okay.
Key, listen, I appreciate you coming in. I wish we had more time to talk to you because it sounds like you're trying to have a good faith discussion. We'll be live again next Sunday. Come back and we can finish this one.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you.
All right, have a good one. Sorry about that, friends. I thought it was a fun conversation, but I'm overdue to I gotta go somewhere. Nevertheless, I'm gonna read some super chats before we close out, and thank you everyone for being here and enduring some maybe long and or tedious discussions even. All right, we got a super chat from the gentleman Viking. For some reason, that super chat specifically doesn't want to load. Hold on. This one loads, right? Or maybe it's just really slow right now. That one didn't load either. 1 second. Did Social Stream Ninja quit working? I hope
I can
not.
still hear you.
No, the super chat's not displaying.
Oh,
I think when we had the internet blip, I think Social Stream Ninja lost connection to. Oh, I
that's so
know.
sad.
This is really frustrating. Damn internet. Okay. Well, I refreshed it. Let me do one other thing though before we give up. 1 second. I'm gonna save this link real quick. I'm gonna change the link and then change the link back, because sometimes that that fixes some stuff. It popped up like 30 seconds later. Okay. I'm going to change the link there, and then I'm going to change the link back. Boom. All right, let's see if it loads now. Damn. Huh. Let me just reactivate the service. Okay, I reactivated service.
You know, back when Blitz was in here, I was going to ask him if we could fight to the death over the lava lamp.
Do you want it?
I got it, right?
True. The lava lamp bearer.
So I don't know why my chat aggregation crapped out a while back. So there's some super chats we might not even be in the list, but I'll read the ones that we have. We've got one from the gentleman Viking from earlier. It says the ancient Romans drove a plant called silphium to extinction because it was an aphrodisiac. Oh fuck, rock hard for Doug. And salty, inhale lava lamp. Stay salty. I'm intrigued by medicine from the ancient world. I bet they had some weird stuff that some of it actually probably did work. Although most of it was probably nonsense. Kane says, my God is a 16-foot tarantula. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And Prometheus says, Ethiopian Bible is 88 books, by the way, 2,000 years old. Well, it's not 2,000 years old. The Ethiopian Bible was written in Ge'ez, which wasn't even around till the 5th century. So it's maybe roughly 1,400 to 1,500 years old. And it's irrelevant because it's a translation of an older text. So the fact that the Ethiopian Bible exists is meaningless, especially since we've got the Sinaiticus, Alexandrinus, and Vaticanus that predate it. Also, Kane says we need a resurgence of the Flossoraptor. Actually, you know what? I had an emoji made up during this stream. I'll make sure that it gets added to our emoji / stickers. And Kurt says, what part of God do you guys not get? God just is. True. And because our atheist brains are poisoned, the reality is we just can't see it. Although, to be fair, in the Bible, it says that Satan blinds us to the truth. So, Philo Dragon
Justin,
says,
you're telling me you don't believe in the isness that which is?
You know what? I'm thinking about giving someone the isness if they talk about it one more time.
That's good. That's a
Somebody
funny
got
one.
that one. Philo Dragon says, what's that? You want proof? Let me go ahead and artificially lower the bar, and then I'll give you the proof. True. It's kind of like it's like related to a Mott and Bailey, right? Where you make a specific claim and then you have to kind of change the claim when you get asked for evidence. Eat some short says,
except all the claims are weak, so it's actually just like a Bailey. You know, you jump from your Bailey to your Bailey, and then back to like a different Bailey, and then you retreat eventually back to the first Bailey.
Oh, that's phenomenal. And Eat Some Short says, a little piece of my internal millennial soul falls off when Justin, aka James, says Ural. You know what? Here's the thing. When Grandpappy was young, and we had web links, they were originally referred to as Urals. It wasn't until these young folks who don't know any better came around and started saying URL, taking way too many syllables. It was faster just to say Ural. It's fine. As long as you don't say urinal.
Well,
That's where you're going to have trouble.
Before there was only 4 websites.
True. Yeah, we had 4 websites. And printers...
I'm saying now we only have 4 websites that govern everything.
Kind of. Yeah, I mean, we have some websites that I would say are, what's the word? Kind of capitalizing the internet or monopolizing. Helping Mega Deconstructs is the founder, married his first cousin, and Aisha seems like a stand-up guy. This is the person billions of people look to for morality. Rockhart for Doug and Simply But for Sharon. It is weird, but you got to remember they're going to run the same like argument that Christians will run. We'll say, well, anything God does is inherently moral, even if today we would disagree with it. And not a great argument, but that's, you know, that's what they're going to come up with. And helping Mega... Oh, sorry, just read that. Your next one says, you're right, Ian. The glass does taste better.
Yeah. Real.
And Jesus, titty effing Christ says, I finally found God. He's at my Loxel Indian casino playing slots. Said he's on 2,000-year bender after Asherah kicked him out. Oh, well. Sure.
You know, actually, I had a physics professor who said that a quantum physics professor who said so Einstein once said that God does not play dice, and my physics professor came up with a new quote, which was that he may not be playing dice, but he is playing Vegas slot machines.
Perhaps, yeah. I think that's more akin. It describes the universe better the way we see it, I would say. And Reverend Nate says Key is like Brooks from Shawshank, gets released from prison, can't handle the life of a free person. Brooks saw prison or death as the only choices. I mean, yeah, the argument was rough. It was rough. Friends, those are all the super chats that I have loaded that my Social Stream Ninja software aggregated. Looks like it broke. I reopened it, it won't even load, so I'm gonna have to reboot my computer before the next stream. But friends, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate y'all here. And Quanta, thank you so much for joining us. Yeah. It was a pleasure to have you.
Thanks for having me on.
And are y'all going live today at all?
Fuck no.
Okay.
I am going to go on Asyncs Live later.
Oh. Fantastic. So that's Gretchen's live.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. So, friends, go to the Async Network on YouTube if you want to see Quanta and Gretchen and probably a few others doing some debates and conversations. Should be fun. But anyways, friends, we'll see you next week. Thank you so much for being here, and drink some water. Stay hydrated. It's going to get hot soon. Bye.